Fuck what you heard, cause you about to get served. Mean green, RAS, KASS, and Bird. West Coast of bitches, into the nigga who said that he wanted to test me. I'm chainsawing off ankles and feet so niggas can't step to me. I'll gouge your eyes out, skull fuck your ass. I ain't from the past, but I'm fast to blast. Fuck that bitch ass punk who said he wanna take me out. I kill a nigga in church, that's what I'm about. And blow his back to his chest while he's praising God. Turn around, burn the whole church down. And make sure he's dead by blasting his cremated ashes. I crash the fastest cause I flip like gymnastics. Satan love for work because I keep him back with new souls. Who knows where the rotten carcass is at? Somewhere crawling with maggots, larvae and gnats. For trying to step to the voodoo. Who do you think you're running a bone past my 380 on my microphone? Because your leprechaun ass just running a luck. Fuck a punk. Yeah, fuck a punk anywhere. From the east coast to the west coast, from the south to the north. All your niggas is getting taken out real quick. Fucking with hip hop. Say you a rapper. Fuck that shit. If looks can kill, I'd be the only rapper left. In cemeteries and mortuaries and caskets I've crept. So I can be close to death. So when I take an MC's life, it won't be no sweat. I'll stuff my fist up your asshole, rip out your spine, and with that vertebrae, bone, and blood, I'll write a rhyme and dedicate it to you and display a mango carcass up on the avenue. I'm giggling and laughing while I'm kicking your face in and bashing you. If I was a female, I'd let suckers breastfeed, so I can give them the rhyme nourishment they need. Faces of death, dead bodies drop like gravity. I rearrange brains and collect chest cavities. I walked in the place, the sign said no smoking. Shit, you must be joking. Any and every rack MC must die tonight. The niggas ain't rhyming right. I got the jaws of death you wanna bite. Yesterday, today, and forever, I'll never lose. Uzi does it, my fans love it, cause ain't nobody above it. The West Coast of bitches in the motherfucking house. I'm born with up in 93, and I'm out. Shot goes out to all the hard MCs of the whole universe. Life shit got me sitting back thinking like Scarface. Just while my deranged brain veins pump cocaine. No need to explain. My thoughts train over rugged terrain. I want the money, bitches, cars, and the whole shebang. Fuck the world and its inhabitants, except my real niggas living in Los Angeles. We seen 9s, 30 yards, and 45s in the days of our lives. Dead niggas make me realize that death is permanent. So I don't play games with my shit like a motherfucking tournament. And furthermore, this rap crap taught me to say fuck friends. I'd rather have a Benz, drop them 5 stars, drive away with 9 cars, bring it on and get smoked like Pablo Escobar. Mentally, I'm the combination of Beirut and Lebanon, shooting my way up to the upper echelon. I draw blood like the Red Cross, double cross and inherit a bloody sidewalk. Whenever I feel pressure, I'ma take the Pentagon for hostage and have the devil's head on my dresser. Dougie Fresh said silence, but I'm equipped to cause violence. So from sun up to sundown, my enemies are guaranteed to be gunned down. One life to live. And now I'm staring through the window of my life. Shit never went right, it seems. Extreme dreams made me fiend for things like mansions, Maseratis, and yachts. But all I seen was projects, 10 speeds, and cops. Always off of the short end of the stick, never a second chance and shit. And niggas wonder why my mental's so sick. Because the longer you live, the harder the test. And I'll be damned if I fail or be lesser than best. There's a thin line that I walk, either a mic or a sawed off. Niggas being hard off a lot and save me. Many and plenty of time, so I'm divine when when I rhyme. Verbal blessings taking niggas to the essence from lyrics expression. How come my man had to die? Just a simple question, why? How come he couldn't have been a bad guy? Niggas done been victimized since birth, so I spit wicked lines and stay away from the hearse. Crazy shit done changed since I was little. Like what? From chasing ice cream trucks to eating peanut brittle to hospitals and grave sites. From hiding those seats and chain snatching and murdering niggas for some favorite nights. Hey, I've mastered the ghetto with degrees in street survival. I'm liable to flip if the stress gets too thick as a result of fucking around with this life shit. In the beginning when I created the earth, the image of mics first. Sat there with a pen and pad and then created a verse. I case the words that rehearse lyrics with holes in a monty, rolling them in a lower them nothing, huffing and puffing and blowing and see facing what sensation. This dope you can't be facing, cost too much, suits up rough and rugged, to bugging, mugging mic. Sounds like when I rock and write, chewing them seeds like Mike and I Skittles, M&M's and bubble licious. I'm on some vicious, going fishing, about to reel a chow and bash. It can't last, irritating like a rash. You can't pass this rap marathon runner. I run up on ya, I rap decapitate MCs with no warning. I battle to the death and beyond. Super galactic, so attracted, I forgot my birth control because my words are born. Your anthology don't bother me, PhD in rapology. For your website, I expect an apology. Sorry, Mr. Vooodu, couldn't seem to diss you. Yeah, cause I hit niggas with angles like ninjutsu. In the West, MCs claim they be storming, but it never rains in Southern California. Born again ripper, pit bull lyrics, so wannabes I say sick 'em. Buck wild and rock wilder, for freestyle support styles I keep you smiling. I came in the door, I said it before, I never let the mic magnetize me no more, but rhythms I give them, I get bism. So bring on the toe tags, I slash and leave a rapper's body in rags. That's why my pants sag. Niggas know me from dissecting mics, I'm like a sequel. Cause once I strike nice, the strike is like twice. Like fife, I'm smooth like butter. I rupture, even if I stutter. AKA the night crawler. Button your lip, grip, split personalities. I get skit, flip into a rubber beast, bash until you're deceased. Turn around and say peace.
Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. I cannot hear you. Hold on. I'm still learning how to.
Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me.
Do this.
What up? I can't hear you though.
What up? Can you hear me?
I can't hear you though.
You still can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
What up? Can you hear me?
I can't hear you though. It was good.
I swear.
It was good.
Yo, we're gonna get this together. All right.
Forget it. Peace, beloved. How are you?
No, we're gonna get this together. All right. Mute yourself for a moment.
All right.
Yo. Okay.
There you go. I hear you perfect.
Yo. It's still an echo. So I'm thinking when I'm not talking,
there you go.
You mute.
I hear you perfect.
Or when I'm not, you know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking when I'm not talking,
there you go.
You mute. Wow. Is there an echo on your side? When I'm not talking,
there you go.
You mute. Wow. Is there an echo on your side? When I'm not talking,
there you go.
You mute. Wow. Is there an echo on your side? When I'm mute yourself. All right, mute yourself. It's not me, I promise you. It's them. All right, mute yourself. But we're gonna figure this out. It's not me, I promise you. It's them. Anyways. All right, mute yourself. But we're gonna figure this out. It's not me, I promise you. It's them. Anyways. All right, mute yourself. But we're gonna figure this out. It's not me, I promise you. It's them. Anyways.
I don't know why it has to repeat like that. That's what's crazy about it.
All right, we're gonna try again.
How's this?
So far, so good. All right, we're gonna try again.
How's this?
Are you kidding me? Okay, well, look, we're just gonna go and we're just gonna have a little delay. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I don't know. Are you kidding me? Okay, well, look, we're just gonna go.
You want me to? How about this? You want me to log out and log back in? Maybe that helps. Trying.
Okay. Okay. I don't know why it's messing up, everybody. Okay. I don't know why it's messing up everybody. You hear that? Okay. I don't know why it's messing up everybody. That is not okay. I don't know why it's messing up everybody. Do you not hear that? That is not okay. I don't know why it's messing up everybody. Do you not hear that? That is not okay. Okay. I don't understand what's happening with this thing. It's not my fault. I promise you, I'll try to be as professional as possible. I don't understand what's happening with this thing. It's not my fault. I promise you, I'll try to be as professional as possible. I don't understand what's happening with this thing. It's not. Check, check. Check, check, 1 2 1 2. Check, check. Check, check, 1 2 1 2. Check, check. Check, check. Can you hear that?
Since it's poverty I'm facing, I want my money to work for me like slaves on a plantation. And don't think I don't know those forces out to ruin me. That's why I keep an M12 right next to my.
So I'm asking them how to help the situation. Oh, okay. So I'm going to close out all the tabs I have open. They say, I don't know if you heard that. All right. Let's see if that works now. Yes. Cool. All right. We should be good to go, good brother. Yeah.
All right.
Figured
Cool.
it out. Okay. So
Good.
peace. What
Peace.
happened was I had a bunch of different tabs open. I was trying to be prepared. And it was bringing echo into the situation.
All right.
Anyways, oh my God. Hi.
What up? How you doing?
I'm terribly excited. I'm very happy to see you. Do I look too much like a witchy poo?
Oh, you look crazy. But you look great.
I should take this hat off, huh?
Good.
Should I take the hat off?
You need to keep it with the vibe, yo. You gotta
You know
keep.
I'm trying to do a little something.
Yeah.
Anyways, look at you, man.
What up?
Okay,
How
look,
you been?
audience. I have to tell the folks the thing. I have not seen you in person probably since what? Like 2000, 2001 or something?
Something like that. Maybe, yeah, maybe a little sooner. I think you was around the way in Inglewood, and I bumped into you at a gas station or something like that. I think, but yeah, it's been a while. It's been probably,
It's been at least 15,
yeah, yeah,
maybe
it's been a
20.
while. Yeah,
I'm so happy to see you.
yeah, I'm good. Happy to see you too, beloved. What's going on with you?
Okay,
How's
so
my boy? How's my boy? How's 10?
he's awesome. And he
Dope.
looks great. And he just
Oh,
brought out a new album about a month ago, 3 weeks ago.
I need that.
And
I need
it's not hip hop or so it is whatever we say it is, you know what I'm saying? But he's singing
what?
and he's not doing like hip hop tracks.
All
He's
right.
doing like
You-
jazzy.
Oh, yeah, using that voice as an instrument. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah,
And he put me on a song called France. So I'm gonna play it on here tonight before you roll out.
dope, dope,
And
dope.
you know what? I really enjoy listening to your music. I was texting you about that earlier. Audience, check it. When I listen to your music, first of all, it's just so reflective of whatever emotional pain our generation was working with living through, South Central. You know
Oh
what I
yeah.
mean? I'm from Chicago,
Mm.
and I went to Hollywood High, but
You was out here long enough. You knew what was up.
I went to Belmont too. You know what I'm saying? And we lived on Skid Row when we moved out here. I lived at the Alexandria Hotel for like
Wow,
a year
wow.
in '86. When Thunderbird was all over the streets. It was all over the streets. My mama used to be like, "Now you know exactly what not to drink." That shit you see on
Heard
the
not
Skid Row right there. That's what
that's
you know. That's what you know not to drink. But
right.
yeah, man, yeah. But what I was saying was, I used to go visit you. You know what I'm saying? I used to go visit all the different brothers around town.
Hmm.
And no, it wasn't romantic. I was fascinated with y'all's your intellect. It's
Right,
brilliant, brilliant, brilliant,
right.
brilliant. You were a dancer?
Yeah, I was a dancer. It was back in high school. This is the early Bird RAS days when we was all a group. So we was dancers first, you know.
Who'd y'all dance with, or were y'all dance crews? Like y'all part of a dance crew?
Yeah, it was called Clubhouse back in the day.
Oh my God, I remember Clubhouse.
Yeah, we was on. You remember Pump It Up, right? With D Barnes, and F. Gary Gray, and all them. Yeah, that was us. We had a little episode, and it was the Soul Brothers, Def Jeff, and all that. So they had a dance special that was like real big for us because, it's nothing like now because now you can just broadcast live to anything. But back in the day, somebody filming you, putting you out there, that was a big deal. That was on Channel 11. It was the right time, and it was all that was dope back then. But we weren't dancers that long, like on the professional scale, I would say, because right around that time, Raz had started doing this thing, Bird was doing this thing, production, and I started doing both. And it wasn't too long after that, the dancing wasn't popping, and we hit it off with the music, and the rest is history, I guess they say.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah, really dope.
get
I was going through your repertoire, at least what's been represented on YouTube, and I
it.
noticed you did a gang of songs with Mean Green.
Yeah,
Was
yeah.
he basically like your partner?
Yeah, that was when me and Green hit it off. Like, we both from LA, same around the same areas. I grew up in all parts of LA, 90th and Broadway, which is where we stuff like the beginning of his record, Smoking Section, and I made all the tracks to Remain Anonymous was made out of that house. All the Soul on Ice tracks was made out that house. That was 90th and Broadway. But I grew up everywhere. 56 and Bud Long, Raymond and 112. You know what I mean? Just Gardena. You know what I mean? I had all kind. I was like a little vagabond kid, but I grew up all over LA, Long Beach too, Compton.
That's not a bad thing.
No,
Okay.
it ain't. Don't
I
show
too,
up. I love
I
it.
too was that child.
You know what I mean? So you can relate. So
Yeah.
I don't really have an allegiance to a hood, but I got allegiance to my city. You know what I'm saying? South Central LA. You're not that far from everybody. You know what I mean? It's pretty close, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, if
Yeah.
you're on Broadway, you know where Raymond and 112th is. You know, you're not that far. You know what I'm saying? So, or 50.
Especially you would backpack it. I don't know about you. I don't know
Oh
if
yeah, we was backpackers for real on the RTD when it was RTD.
you know what I'm saying.
So that was fun, and you know it's crazy. Like when you were saying about that time, it was a strange. I mean, you look at it now, and it was violent as hell, but we kind of lived through it, and it wasn't like this time. This time is crazier. It's like almost a demonic type of stuff that's going on in these streets and in these cats in these in these videos and doing whatever they do. Ours was like, since it was birthed out here, it was kind of authentic. You know, there was rules to the streets, I should say. You know what I mean? There was rules to the game, was rules to how you be a gangster. I mean, you can do some gangster shit and not be a gangster, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But now it's a little different. It's almost like you have to be a gangster in order to do what they consider gangster shit. And it's crazy to me because we was doing stuff like that and wasn't even quoted. You know what I mean? We wasn't from nobody's set. We're just being kids. You know what I mean? We're just growing up. And now it's crazy. Now it's weaponized to the third power now, and then it's
You
knocking cats left and right.
sorry, but you brought on something that's going on right now, man. Like I'm not gonna tap too deep on it, you know what I mean? But the Kanye thing, man, like him saying the things he was saying about what was said about the folks you can't say the names of, you know what I'm saying? With the
Yeah,
music, we have to hold ourselves accountable too, you know what I'm saying? Because
that's,
we don't have to sign we don't have to sign the motherfucking contracts, you know what I'm saying? You choose to do that shit. You choose to do whatever you do to do what you do to do what you do because you could say no. I said no. You
hmm
know what I'm saying? I was up in them labels. Coolio, we're gonna get to him in a minute too. But Coolio, piece, he had me going up there, meeting with them folk and all that, and I had deals on the table and all that. You know, and
yeah,
then it came down to that little part of whatever, and
yeah. Just it felt kind of. I mean, because I was there too, and luckily I had good people with me. You know what I mean? My man Danny Holloway is our first manager. Me and Green, he managed me and Green, and he had a lot of history with Island Records, and that's a long story in and of itself. But we trusted him, you know what I'm saying, to help us maneuver through all the BS back then. But we knew all about that stuff, which was really crazy because what Ye is trying to say is something we've been saying for the longest. That ain't new. You know what I'm saying? We know that. You know what I mean? It's not new at all. It's just that they got somebody that can be a whipping boy right now, and they trying to cancel your boy. You know what I'm saying? It's I look at it like how Jesus Christ was. He was like the first victim of cancel culture. If I can go there, they killed him because they didn't like what he said. Right? They crucified the man because they didn't like what he said.
but check it. You know, they had a thing on Charlemagne basically saying the same thing.
About 19 years ago, yeah, and it's like, what are you talking about? It's not a secret. Everybody knows what it is, but the problem is everyone's afraid to say the truth, and they're not really saying nothing crazy. They're just saying this is the facts, and you can't dispute the facts because we see your last name, we know what you about, and you see me. We rappers, we entertainers, and historically we've been exploited. So if that's a lie and you get canceled, then cancel everybody because it's just the truth. I
Well,
mean,
then why did they get so mad at Michael Jackson for saying it? Was it because he also bought up everybody's publishing once he found out that shit?
yeah, he was
Maybe
like,
they're afraid of retribution.
yeah, he was like, let me get that. When he got that, like, nah,
He
you
got
guys,
that.
you
He
got to go.
did. Even when Eminem wouldn't stop talking about him, he
And
was
then
like, "Next
pride,
that."
he got the Eminem joints. I was like, you are a crazy businessman, but he was smart. He was very smart, and they was just like, same with Prince. We all know we know the deal. Same with Prince. Had to get,
Man,
he had to go. So
man.
yeah, it's crazy how we think about these things. And to us, we coming from certain parts of society. Most of us are from the hood, ghetto, if you want to say. Everybody's not, but we got a story to tell. There's still there's a relatable pain, whether you got some money in your family or whether you dead broke when you black. It's simple as that. When you out here in America, you have this. There's a camaraderie because you all pretty much have the same story because you're under the same guise of white supremacy in America. You know what I'm saying? And so, if you got money or you don't, your skin pretty much is like a fraternity, so to speak. You know what I mean? You still go speak the same language. You got the same pains as we all do. So, no matter whether you're rich or poor, you know what it's about. And that's a lot of times when we go on these subjects, we've been there before. Like we've written songs, right?
Right.
And people talk about how they're relatable to us because I hear people say that a lot. They've always said it about certain lyrics or tracks that I create or whatever I compose. I hit a chord, and it's not like I'm doing anything magical or special. It's just I know you have to relate to this because you're pretty much in the same boat I am. You know what I mean? You might be on another end, but you're still in the same boat. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I didn't want to tap too heavy on him because I heard he backtracked and apologized, and
yeah,
everybody does what they got to do for why they got to do what they got to do.
yeah, man. I mean, I get it. I wouldn't have said what he said, how he said it, but that's a lot of money to but he's not going to be in the po house. He's not going to be on Skid Row tomorrow. He got paper, so I ain't worried.
And he did trigger some real conversation. Ooh, that was
Again,
weird.
see,
He
they
triggered
don't like that
conversation, man, and
right.
that's
They
what we
don't
needed.
like that. We needed that, but they don't like that conversation because that's the root of it all right there. They don't like that. They don't like people being awake. That's why they dissing woke culture and all that stuff. You rather asleep and be asleep and stay asleep, mentally deaf, dumb, and blind. They want you to be like that so they can trick you. That's why they like to sign young artists, the younger the better, because they're ignorant, not because they're stupid, because they just know what they're getting into. And when you're a grown ass man or woman, you're like, oh no, fam, 90-10. What kind of split is that? You feel what I'm saying? 360. What? You know what I mean? So that's what that's about.
Yeah, yeah. I know that there have been a lot of other friends of ours, mutual artists, that have been curious about you. They've been really wondering where you've been, what you've been up to for the last moons or so. Let me
Years.
ask you: have you still ever talked to Arrogant? I could not remember his name. We are Instagram friends. I just can't remember his name.
I'm gonna tell you a fast story. I ran into Arrogant. I think it was earlier this year on my street. He was coming by with one of the other homies. He was driving in a car, just random is all get out. And I saw the other homie, and he stopped. And I was like, "What up, man?" And he pulled out, and then all of a sudden, this dude jumped out the car. He was like, "Man," he looked at me. He's like, "You ain't gonna believe this," something like that. And I looked at him. I was like, "Oh hell no, who is this?" And I said, "It can't," and it was Arrogant.
And
I
serendipity like a mug.
It was crazy because he actually lives. I'm in Inglewood. He lives about 2 blocks from me, along with AC alone. Believe it or not, AC and Arrogant are like walking distance from me.
I mean, do y'all visit? Like, what's up? Y'all
No,
barbecue? What's
I've seen AC alone a few times. Just randomly in the hood. Might run into him at the store or whatever. But not Arrogant. Arrogant is pretty busy with the stuff he's doing. But he wanted to tap me in with whatever he's doing. But yeah, we got contacts and everything. Chopped it up real quick. It was crazy. I was like,
it?
that's that's dope. But yeah, that whole story with Arrogant and over there at A&M at the time, I was like, man, that's a Janice Jackson label.
Right?
That was a big deal at the time when he did that deal over there and brought me into it. I was like, oh, this is it. I felt like, you know what I mean? Felt like I made it. You know what I'm saying? Because we all got them label stories, like you said. You've been up and in and out on them, you know, deals on the table, stuff like that. But that was a big deal. That was Herb Alpert's label. You know what I'm saying? And we was there, and it was like in the studio working with a big old $1 million board and all that. So it was dope. It was dope.
I'm sorry, my mouth was moving. My children decide when I'm live to ask me
Yeah, of course.
or tell me stuff,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
that's how they do.
Okay, and fine, and SAAFIR also.
Yeah, yeah. With Saphir, that was, man. Come on. I just hope he's doing well. You know what I mean? Um, Other than that, being in the studio, and these are like Saphir and that whole Oakland crew. That was like, I was more like fan to them. They won't let you go, huh?
This is Dino now. He says to tell you he can hear you, babe. Volume 10. Say something, babe. This is Voodoo.
What's up?
What up, family?
What up, Voodoo?
Peace, beloved. How you been?
Just got off work.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I can't wait to hear the new joint, man.
Working hard for that voluptuous woman you talking to right there. I love her with all my heart. Oh, I can't. I just love her.
That's right. Of course, you better.
Talented.
That's how it goes.
Very beautiful and very sexy, and I love her so much.
Thanks, babe.
Babe, I'm gonna let you handle your business. You don't know what's wrong with our phones?
What do you mean?
Well, the other phone, when I call your phone from this new phone, and your phone says not available.
I can't find my phone at this moment.
Maybe that's got something to do with it.
Maybe.
When I try to use my phone, it tells me that I don't have service.
I don't know, babe. It's weird. They tripping.
Okay, so after you're done with your podcast, please call your husband. He misses you so.
Okay, honey. I love you.
I love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Later,
Voodoo.
Peace, boo. Peace,
Later.
yo.
All right.
You know, the same thing happened when I was doing my Coolio interview. And it was just like, they know. They know.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to so SAAFIR though. Have you visited with SAAFIR? Like,
no, I haven't visited or talked to him. I just know he wasn't doing good health wise, which is what I was told through the great. Yeah, but hopefully he's gonna be okay, man. I spoke to somebody who's real close to him earlier this summer, and he gave me an update. So, he hanging in there.
Man, that really motivates me to go visit the homies because, I had just talked to Coolio and we were supposed to link up. You know what I mean? And just even us doing the interview was kind of, I knew he was here. He knew I was here. I don't remember how we got each other's numbers after all these years, but we did. And that
was crazy. That whole thing. I was like, because when I found out he passed, about 2 weeks earlier, I saw the interview they were talking about Coolio. I thought it was clickbait. Coolio exposed the industry or whatever. Conspiracy crap goes off in your head. Little antennas go off when you thinking like, did this have something to do with it? You know what I'm saying? But like Coolio was saying, I mean, we know that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it had anything to do with it. It could have, because you know how this goes. But I find it kind of odd that happened. It's very
Well, I would say this. I mean, as far as conspiracy theories goes, I'm a conspiracy theorist. It could be just random after years of,
stuff.
Years of life living, in your early parts. It could catch up with you. That's true. But also, because man, when I was talking to him, his asthma, he's always had an asthma issue. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I was like tripping off myself because I was supposed to bring like some slippery elm and some You know what I'm saying? Some whatever other herbs, black seed oil. I was telling him about black seed oil. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Things like that. I'm not a practitioner. I'm not whatever. I'm just saying.
Right,
That's what I
right.
was going to say, brother.
There's no, yeah, for sure.
You
For sure.
know, and then the whole thing, we were getting together because another mutual rapper friend of ours has cancer. You know, and I still need to go say what's up to them. I don't want to tell who that is, you know, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's what he even had him call me because he was like, hey, you know, so and so has lung cancer or something like that. And I was like, what? You
Mm.
know, but
Mm.
as far as him revealing things from the industry, I don't know how deep he was gonna go with that. You know what I mean? I don't really know. I was
Mm.
really actually kind of surprised he went there in our interview. You know what I
Right.
mean? It was just like he knew I was, you know, he knows, you know,
He knows what's up.
yeah. But him talking about it, like, I don't know. He's been watching this brother Dan Calloway. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what that
And
is.
so I think that was inspiring a lot of his information, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he knows that I've studied Black American, so-called Black history, and
Right.
you know, got a degree in it. So he knows I've been exposed to certain books and information. So I respect and appreciate, you know, that he wanted to have those kind of conversations. And I wish I would have had the fortitude to have had a longer conversation because he really looked like he wanted to tap in more. But
Go
I
in.
couldn't look at that moment of what to say anymore. And I didn't want to burn the brother's time out, you know, respectfully. But
Mm-hmm.
he was like, got more questions? I was like, dang, I should have. I mean, I don't know. But
Yeah.
everything happens for a reason. And you know it's a trip. I was
Mm.
looking in the comments on my little thing, and
Mm.
somebody said she only has 100 uh followers and he did her thing. And I wrote them back like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Start somewhere. Shit.
Okay. Right.
You know, start with 10,000. Well, I don't.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm just, you
Right.
know, slowly doing whatever this is. Okay, so that goes into you. So this series that I had even started talking with Tukulio about,
Mm.
but I started last year. You know, I spoke with Spice One. He lives walking distance from us. Um, yeah, I wanted to show a different side of rap artists. You know, I want to show the
Yeah.
dad, the the chef. That's what I was talking to Coolio about. The scientist, you know what I
Right.
mean? The other aspects outside of the rapping thing, because we are you know, older now. And we don't just do that. I mean, I
Right.
never just do that, but you know, we're more dimensional than that. And I've
Right.
always loved that about all of you. You know what I mean? I'm like a big fan. I like Pharrell. Like of I want to know who that person is behind the lyrics. Like, who is this person that writes this kind of stuff?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I know you did have a strong following in LA,
Mm-hmm.
but I want to know what you think about the influence of West Coast artists on East Coast artists because I know that when I was talking with Coolio, we were talking about I was telling him when I was bumping some old King T, I thought it was Biggie.
Mm.
And I
Yeah.
remember seeing a video of Biggie talking about how he used to, you know, play King T all the time.
Right.
You know,
Right.
but nobody mentions that, you know.
Right.
I remember Wu-Tang was kicking it tough, you know, backstage, especially Old Dirty Bastard. He was really studying a lot of the brothers in the West, you know, particularly Volume 10, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Bone, they from the Midwest, but Bone
Oh,
used to cover the good life.
good life like crazy. Yeah. Yeah. That's
They was
true.
taking notes.
Yep.
Medusa, you know, is it by coincidence that she was wearing goddess gowns and lighting up incense on the stage? And all of a sudden, this other lady down in Texas, they had the same manager. Go figure.
Really
Uh, Erica had rap
crazy.
goddess dresses. You know what
I
is
didn't
the
know that.
likelihood?
I didn't know they had the same manager. That's
That's
crazy.
her. Kedar
'Cause they there
Massenburg,
all the
right?
time. Right.
Kedar
Right.
Massenburg. He
Oh,
worked for Motown, right?
yeah.
And he had freestyle fellowship, didn't he?
I think so. I don't know too many of the
But
matches. I do know he was big out here. I think
I
we at one point. So he was big. Kedar was big. He was
He
doing.
was
They were.
the one to try to be with, as they say.
Yeah. Yep.
Or was he?
So they say.
I'm just saying because I was fascinated with Medusa when I first saw her on stage with her orange fro and her beautiful goddess gowns and Coco. Shout out to Sin. You
Yeah.
know, they had the incense and the goddess gowns, and she was it's like she
Mhm.
was rapping but smooth. She wasn't trying to sound like a dude. She wasn't
Mm-mm.
dressed like a dude. She was just like bussing though, and she
Yeah.
got
It was
attention.
dope.
You know what I mean? And then
Yep.
next thing you know, well, my mind, I'm feeling, and she doing the same thing, yo.
You know what? I never drew that connection because I wasn't in that circle like that. But now that you say it, it's like, damn, that's very true. That could have been, because sometimes we're not. Texas and LA are not around the corner from each other. They don't border. So at some point, somebody had to influence somebody with that style, and we know out here that Medusa had been doing that for so long. We kind of knew Sin was doing that was their thing. Sin was that was their thing. And even when I first saw her, I was like, because believe it or not, I was more sheltered as a kid, and right when I hit like maybe 16, 17, that's when I was able to do whatever. And this had been going on way before I was even, what I'm saying, able to get out the house. But so when I first went to the Good Life and I seen everybody there, including 10 and all the, like, who, I didn't even know this existed because I was a little guy. Mom's really crazy protected me. And when I was in the house, I wasn't listening to certain things. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't allowed to do whatever. It's kind of like sheltered. You feel me? But when that was going on, hip hop wave was just big. We was dancers. We was graffiti artists. We was tagging, hitting buses up in our walls and everything. And here comes the good. I was like, first of all, it smells like food in here. What are y'all? What is this? And they started moving chairs and doing all. I'm like, oh, open mic. I didn't even know what that was. That's how virgin of a, what I'm saying, I was. I didn't even know what an open mic was. I didn't know what none of that was. And I see Freestyle Fellowship up there and and all them legendary greats, and I'm saying, what? And my style wasn't even, I didn't even hit the mic. It's maybe one time at Good Life and did my thing, did whatever, but I wasn't a good lifer, but that whole movement was so dope to me. It was like, man, how? I mean, what was your man name? Bus driver?
Bus
But
driver. I thought
all,
he came later though, like good, like more Project
yeah,
Bloaty. But
you
when
know
he
what I'm
was
saying? It was just so many people there at the time doing the thing. It was different than what I was used to at the time. I didn't even understand it. It like blew me away. You know what I mean? I think it was my manager, one of my first managers before before Danny Holloway. Well, I guess that was a manager, would take us, show us around and show us places like it because I didn't know nothing about it. But Green was already friend. That was already his. That was his.
yeah,
That was all his frat. So I think that was probably maybe the second time I went up there was with Green. I was like, these are all his homies. I'm like, damn, this is, and they became part of our family. Parts of some of them became part of our family too. Like Mark the Murderer and all of them, and Seaweed. The whole it was dope.
oh
Um,
my God, I haven't
yeah,
heard that name in so long.
you know what I'm saying, them brother, and they still, they're still rocking. I bump into them at La Murder every once in a while. I see them online sometimes, but yeah, they doing their thing, man, and I'm so happy because so many of us from that era aren't here anymore. You know what I'm saying? That like kills me because we built with them brothers. You know what I'm saying? We took them on. They was on our tours with us. You know what I'm saying? And it was crazy how we all came together. But like I always say, LA is very small. Even though people think it's big, but it's very small. Everybody knows somebody who knows somebody. So
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing historically about LA that I came to learn.
mm,
Um, You know that movie Devil in the Blue Dress? Remember that movie?
Denzel.
Yeah, so I watched the movie, but I got into the series though,
Mm.
like 12 books, right?
Okay. Books.
And yeah, there's books, Devil in a Blue Dress, they're all by Colors, right? And I read
Mm.
all of August Wilson, I believe
Mhm.
that's who wrote.
Okay.
Anyways, that's where I learned about like a lot of black folk in LA are from either Arkansas, Texas, or Louisiana,
Mhm.
mostly. Like when I moved to Shreveport, I had so many of the homies like, "Oh, my granny from Shreveport. Oh, we
Mhm.
from Shreveport."
Mhm.
Like a gang of people from LA is from Shreveport,
Right.
Louisiana.
Right. Right.
So when you say like for real, like close, it's always because back in the day, it'd be like if you move somewhere, well, you telling your cousin to come move out there. You know what I'm saying? And then her cousin telling her homegirl, and then they move in, and then like the whole community of Shreveport probably lived between 125th and 130th, in Maine. You know what I
Right.
mean? Just because family member told each other family member to come out there.
Works. Yep. Yep. That's how
And
it
that
works.
would and that would be like that. Like I was talking to Fat Jack's wife the other day. Shout out Fat Jack and Fat Jack's wife. She called me out the blue. I don't even know if I've ever met her face to face, but she called me out the blue because she saw I was talking to uh Trey from the Far Side.
Right.
Auntie. I'm friends with the family, you know what I mean?
Right.
Shout
Right.
out Mario, you know what I'm saying? And the gang of the family. It's like 150 of them, okay?
Damn.
Hartson. Yeah, around LA.
Yeah.
But when I was talking to her, she's related to the Hartsons from another part of her family, who's also related to another homegirl. And we're all friends, and I don't even think they would know their cousins. Like,
That's
like
crazy.
that. That's funny.
Yeah.
Small world.
All as world. That's real
Where
talk.
have you been? What have you been doing? Are you still recording?
Still recording. Working on my new group. Our new group is we're called Born Cypher Power. I think I sent you
You
some.
did. I'm gonna play it.
Yeah,
We gonna
Born Cypher Power, BOP. I Cypher the God, General Jihad, Black Diamond, and myself. Uh,
wow.
we have a Wu-Tang flag, so we certified with that Wu-Tang banner. And I'm actually in the middle or the final stages of mixing and mastering our record. It's called 600 Wings, and
Wow. What does
it's been
that mean?
600 Wings is what Muhammad, peace be unto him, Prophet Muhammad, described Angel Gabriel as when he saw him. He said he had 600 wings, and his wings uh, took up the horizon. Diamonds and pearls coming from dropping from the wings. It was what Muhammad, peace be unto him, said he saw, and we say it's in reference to Gabriel. It's like the angel of information, God's most trusted angel. And basically what this record is going to be information. Two of my brothers are Moorish Americans in the group, and we try to re-educate, you know what I'm saying, because god dang, there needs to be 100 of these groups, 1,000 of these groups trying to re-educate this next generation, because man, it's so bleak. What we see, what we hear is probably just the tip of the iceberg. It's so bad out here right now.
Who do we blame for that? Like, we could say it's so and so, but
Yeah.
again, where is our accountability with that?
Ability. It's almost two parts to that. I can only say what people put out or what people buy. Um, we're not really selling it. We're giving it to these record labels, and they're selling it. They don't have to sell it. They don't have to sign it. They don't have to do none of that. But they choose to do it. If I give you death, money, murder, and drugs, and because remember, I'll answer that question by saying this: back in the day, you almost couldn't do that, right? You weren't allowed to say certain things about whoever, and a record label would sign you because it would sully the record label. right? The record label would say, nah, no, we're not signing that because it's too sexual, it's too violent, it's too this. All of a sudden, it's okay for Arista, Sony, or whoever to be associated with murder, drugs, and sex. You know? So I don't know if it's our fault for doing that or their fault for buying into it and selling it to a generation. It's almost we're both to blame because we don't have to write certain lyrics. And
Well, there's the pressure. They pressure that. I
of
remember
course,
being told to write at a sixth grade level.
of
You gotta write
course,
at a sixth grade level.
of course. I mean, look, if you get somebody from the hood and say, "Listen, I'm gonna give you this $10 million seven record deal, and I want you to do nothing but talk about women in a sexual way, drugs, murder," you know you'll sign that record label. You'll sign that deal to that record label. You know you are. And it's not really an integrity thing. It's more like a poverty thing. You know what I'm saying? The brothers is broke, and you'll do that for $200. So imagine somebody do it for a few million, and you get the money, the jewels, the girls, the cars, the house, all of that. Of course you're gonna do it. Yeah, I mean, so they dangle that in front of your face. You feel what I'm saying? It's like, hey, we got this money right here. What I mean? And so that's how you do it. It's simple. And then we continue to perpetuate it by getting online, flossing the money, the jewels, and all of this stuff. And sometimes, it ends in murder. We see it all the time. Everybody getting shot and killed, getting chains snatched, and all of that old shit. But
Glorified. So they glorified it.
yeah, man, and it's romanticized, to a point to where they believe that this is the only way you can do this. But you got to remember, in the '90s, in the golden era, we shunned that. You remember, from Public Enemy to Brand Nubian on down. Even before that, it was dissing drugs, dissing crack and cocaine, and all the big songs was out. They were big, selling big money, um, talking about anti-drug messages, anti-violent messages. So you already know when that meeting in the '80s happened, the late '80s and the '90s, and they switched it. Next thing you know, ain't nothing but a G thing and Chronic and all that stuff began to change the tide of how record labels were going to invest in these artists because they know the messages in the music. It's all from James Brown on down. You empower people through their music. We always knew that. That's an old African thing. We know that. Indigenous thing, right? You power your people through the music. Empower them through the music, and that's what happened. And they figured it out. And they was like, nope, no, we want them deaf, dumb, blind, stupid, killing. So we're not signing that good shit. We go sign that garbage and make them think it's good. We go get somebody, get some dances, get some girls, you know what I'm saying? The formula. Put it out there, and the next thing you know, it is what it is now. But now there's a resurgence of like, listen, this music is a soundtrack to people's murders, bro. And you killing them for no reason, right? So they're trying to reverse it now with and this is what our group is about. It's not preaching. It's more like telling you what's up. It's letting you know what's going on. There's an alternative. You can be just as whatever without picking up a gun and smoking somebody because you say he's an op or something. You feel me? So that's where we at with it.
While you've been talking about it, I was trying to get it so I can play the song.
Okay.
I want to play your song. But the thing is, no, there's no but. In addition to, I just want people to know, like, I mean, the styles were just ridiculous. Now, you mentioned a cat, General Jihad.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the other brother's name?
I SAAFIR the God, and then there is Black Diamond.
The God and Black Diamond. These some
Mm-hmm.
hardcore names.
Sure.
These names remind me of the 90s. We need that.
We lyrically, we was born in the '90s, so there ain't no babies or ain't no lils over here. You feel me? There's no nothing. We grown ass men with grown ass real shit. So
good point. I think Lil Duval was trying to clown recently
Mm.
And the sister was like, "Why you still got Lil on the front of your name? Ain't you like 40 something now? Why you still Lil?" But I know that
Lil Duval said that.
Lil Duval was trying to clown somebody recently. He was just
Right.
joking, but
Right.
the artist's comeback was, "Why are you still Lil?"
Yeah. You're
Like,
still. Yeah. But you know, Lil Duval is actually a little guy, so I can't.
and he said that too. He was like,
Yeah,
"I'm literally little. Like I'm actually small,
like
Frank."
3. So I'm sorry. I am Lil. I will always be Lil. I hope he doing all right, ain't he? I mean, I heard he got an accident, like a ATV hit him. I mean, he was on an ATV and he got hit.
Wow, yeah, that was like what, a month or two ago.
No, I think it was more like 2 weeks ago.
I
Well, when I ain't no telling,
I
because I
think he's still
follow.
healing. I did hear about that. I lost track of the tape, the timeline, but
Yeah,
dang man.
yeah.
Now, are there any outlets for these shows that need to pop off in LA? Because
Well, to me, I want to do it how it's supposed to be done. We're not booking shows and doing all that stuff until we get it, the right steps. It's funny, book a show and you put a name on there, be like, who is that? So we gotta obviously promote the record, promote the single, and do it the steps. The way we learned how to do it is the way it's always been done. This new stuff is cool, with the
TikTok.
yeah, with the advent of social media, but you can use that as a tool. That's part of it. But people still want to feel the artist. You still want to be able to look on a poll and see your favorite artist poster or something. You want to see a snipe. You just don't want to my phone all the time. You know what I mean? Just and it's gonna be a hybrid of that. How it should be. It shouldn't just be social media only. We're already robotic enough and a slave to this phone thing and this social media. Damn. Can you look at a side of a wall and see my face on these posters on this whole block? Why not? You know.
Well,
So
according to, cause what's her name? What's her name? But there's about to be some power grid issues.
oh, Lord.
Candace Owens, she said there's gonna be power grid issues.
Yeah, she got issues with her power grid. How about that? She
I'd
crazy.
love to talk to her one day. I know one of the homies was looking at me crazy, like as if you can't debate. Why couldn't I? She's not that deep.
Nah, she ain't deep.
She's getting sound bites or somebody's giving
Yeah,
her information. She's not like doing research on her
she
own.
ain't that deep. She ain't that deep.
She's half baked to me.
Yeah.
But anyway, I didn't want to get all into all that. I'm just
Right.
saying. Those are things that's happening right now though.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to mention is like school age children, K through 12. I've been in that world. The
Mhm.
whole like past 22 years off and on as a sub and as a long term and as a full time now.
Right.
And the stuff I'm seeing in the classroom, man, that's really kind of some stuff I really probably should talk more about. My sister
Mm.
told me I should just do a podcast about school stuff, but I was like, I'm still working in the school stuff. I
Yeah.
can't,
No,
talk about.
it's crazy. It's not like, oh, master, go get us. You know what I mean? But that they got you on your livelihood, though. You feel me? If you speak against this, I'm gonna say it like this alphabet agenda in school, um, they gonna talk to you about that. You know what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate that they want to take certain things out of the parents' control. I think we touched on this before. They want to take certain things out of the parents' control, and that ain't right. It's not right at all. What I teach my child at home, there shouldn't be a debate in the classroom about what I'm teaching my child. There's a reason why. See, you're gonna have my kid just for a year or two. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have my child for life. So there's a difference. So you're not gonna be there when something that you said conflicts with what I was teaching. You're not gonna be there to help pick him up after he's confused as hell down the line. But my teacher told no, no, no. You know what I mean? One of those things. So if they just keep it to arithmetic, um, and everything else, all the academia, don't worry about that other stuff. We got that other stuff. We can teach them the social stuff, because we got them more than you do in a classroom at the end of the day. And it's just gotten, but we already know why it's done like that. It's a war on many, many fronts. So,
The way you put that was very well said. Um, so last year I had to take this class. Every now and again they make teachers re-cert, re-up.
Mhm.
And in writing this paper, I learned that 80% of the teachers in public school are white female in the school system. So if you think about white female teachers are the majority of the teachers that have your children from 8 to 3:30 daily, able to just plant whatever information however they feel based on whatever their mood or day is like.
There's a reason for that. I always say the devil don't do anything by mistake.
I was just surprised
I,
at that number. I didn't know it was that
yeah,
many.
huge number, right? That's crazy. Yeah,
80%.
there's reasons behind that too, and that's some stuff we can, we can't be talking about these things. I mean, we can unpack situations for like 3-4 hours.
I know, man.
Yeah, one subject, it'd be like, nigga, this interview is not supposed to be 9 hours. What are you talking about?
Oh, you know
You feel-
what? I've really been into podcasts lately, and a lot of these podcasts be like 3, 4, 5 hours, and I'll have listened to the whole 3.5.
It's like,
Like
damn.
in bed, or I'll be like involved.
Yeah. It is a thing. It is a thing.
I didn't know that like that, but we be building. You know how we used to. I don't know if you ever used to come. I don't know if you ever came to any of mine, but I used to have poetry rap rent parties in LA.
No.
And it was like once a season. Like I did that shit for like 2 years. I had a poetry rap rent party. It's $3 at the door. The first one was real. Like I really needed help with my rent. Like
Poetry rent.
it was a poetry rap rent party.
That's crazy.
So I'd invite all my rapper friends, all my pretty girl friends that like rap, all my producer homies, and just cool homies. And you pay $3. I would provide like one main dish of something, and BYOB. Everybody would, it was just weed was the yeah.
Yeah, your rent paid.
So we were so old school. Fat Jack, I didn't have a record player. I just bring tapes. So I would bring a tape and I would play that sucker, and there'd be different producers, and everybody would have to get involved and bust at least one line, even if you didn't rap. Like that was the icebreaker. So I would have my homegirl. We all sitting there, like, you got a bus. Man, one time I had a Yo Mama party. Oh my God. That was so cool.
Young mama party?
Your mother, Yo Mama.
Oh.
Like what? I had all my comedian homies, shout out Dotted Line, shout out G Night. Different homies I know that's funny. And I'd had them we all sat in a circle, and it'd be Yo Mama, Yo Mama. I don't know if you remember in the early 90s, Yo Mama's was real hype.
Yeah.
Early 90s was real tough. So I still remember two of them. They was this killer. One was Yo Mama so bald headed.
Oh,
she blows your hair like this.
Oh, see.
And then another one was Your Mama so hair so short she rolled her hair with rice.
Oh, see.
In tears.
Those stuck with you.
91, 92. I know I'm a bit nostalgic with stuff, but I mean, it's all relative. You know why? Because the frequencies that were popping off in the songs and music back then is what we need for healing right now. That's and true. Another reason we ain't super aging like everybody else. If you notice, I mean, I'm a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Because I mean, you either, but because those frequencies keep us at a certain pace,
right,
and position,
right,
with gravity and shit, like for real. It makes your actual organs beat at a certain frequency. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me get to this song right quick. Now, Vooodu, I had it prepared and everything, but they made me shut everything down.
Oh, for the tabs, right?
Yeah. So forgive me, brother. I was trying to be prepared. You don't see me.
That's all right.
Okay. Just what is the name of the song, please, good brother?
The one from the album?
The one yes, Confessions, right?
Yeah, Confessions was yeah, that one. That's the Sony Germany single. Yeah, the Mafia story or whatever.
Okay, is that what you want me to play right now?
No, you can play whatever you want to.
I want to play something specifically that you're like, no, I want you to play that.
Okay, well, we'll play "Get It Together." What we're just talking about.
Get it together.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, gotcha.
And it's talking about what's going on now and what has happened in the past. As far as we're concerned.
What's
Mel-
the what's the name of the group, good brother? Because I'm typing in Voodoo and it's not popping up.
it's gonna say 600 wings.
Ah,
It'll say 600 wings.
that is so G.
You got it.
No, not yet. I'm getting it. 600 wings. That sounds like something I would order. Look what pops up: jumbo wings, Pizza Hut. See, they wrong. Let's see.
It should be in your email.
Yes, sir. Let me get that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the one I thought I had was Confessions. Let me change.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, while we're waiting, oh, here we go. Yes. Okay, so this is not a video. This is just a song.
Yeah, it's just a song.
Cool being, not just, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's no video. I didn't send any video. I don't have any, to be honest with you. So.
Peace. You know what? I'm like bugging off that because okay,
Did
so
it work for you?
I'm thinking, are you connecting to the people in our age group specifically, or are you trying to reach the youth?
Everybody needs to hear it, because it we hybrid. We're a hybrid. We're kind of special. I think our generation, the golden era, we're think about it like this: we're the inception of the quote unquote woke movement in hip hop, the conscious movement in hip hop, and the now. So we went through all those different phases. So, and there's another thing: 20 years to me is like 2 years in retrospect. It's not. We're not talking about the 1920s. We're talking about the 1990s, opposed to the 2000s, which is between 20 and 30 years. So
That's a
we
very
all in
good
this
point.
thing. Yeah, we're all in the same. We're all in the same gang in this
You're
era.
basically like, that's not that far away. That wasn't like that long ago, basically,
No,
right?
it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
The
Not at all.
90s. Because even in the 90s, remember, we really were, not all of us, but they were really pushing the 70s,
Right.
the pimping, that
Yep.
whole. I like that track, and you definitely need a video.
Yeah, we would have to do it, especially now. If you think about it, I mean, it's poignant, right? I mean, it is something that needs to be talked about now. You need more what they call protest songs. You can never have too many of those. You know.
Powerful. I don't want to have you dragged out all night, but I am enjoying this, and it is like a session. Again, I had about 5 folks of your peers reach out to me in my IG DM, and they were really excited about this. So
I'll tell you a quick story. When back maybe 2010, we had when Green was doing this thing mostly out in Vegas and out here too. We had planned on making a Western Hemisphere album, right? So we started recording tracks, and he was always my he was always like my mentor, so to speak, about a lot of stuff. And one day I was damn near in tears because I felt like quitting, like not even doing anything anymore. And something he said or whatever conversation it was, we went online. He Googled my name and he pressed enter and he was like, "You still want to quit, nigga?" It was just a plethora of stuff that I had never even, people that are your supporters, fans, or whatever you want to call them. You never know. You never know who um, they are. You never know what they mean to you. You know what I'm saying? And it hit me like, damn, I mean something to somebody. You know what I'm saying? So I
definitely,
started reading comments, and I'm like, really? You know what I mean? Because I had no idea it was this is not when the internet was in its infancy, but it was being used. It was new to me. I didn't I didn't upload any music. I didn't do any of this, so I had no idea people were doing reviews. People were doing interviews and reaction videos. So I was like, what is this? I had no idea what this stuff was on YouTube. Just Google my name, my pictures come up everywhere. I didn't do none of that stuff. I knew none of that shit. And it was amazing to me. So that basically lit the fire to continue, because our job is not done. If you still have that drive and you still have a talent, you know what I'm saying? It's on some Tom Brady shit. You can still throw a ball, you can still throw touchdowns, win championships. We can do that. And the other thing, a part of that is we seem to always in hip hop, and it really only happens in hip hop. We always age ourselves out of the game, which is really fucked up because no other genre really does that.
thank you
You
for
know,
mentioning that. Thank you for
you,
saying.
you, you, you see what I'm saying? And I hate that. Even even R&B artists, you know, if any of the Motown greats are still alive, they still touring. You don't hear that generation, nigga. You need to hang it up, nigga. You 75 years old. What you? They only do that to hit, nigga. You 35. What you doing still rapping?
I remember when I was 37, they were like, "Oh, you're too old to rap."
I'm like, what are you talking about? It's a music we created. It's ours. If this horn player is 90 years old, let that man blow that horn. And his fans don't come at him like, nigga, you too old to be, you know, and it's only hip hop. You never
I think it's because with hip hop, it's more, you know, we're supposed to have been the youth rebelling. So now that we're like hitting the 50 mark and stuff, some of us mid 40s or whatever,
right.
60, some of us, it's like, are you still protesting? Are you still mad?
Yeah, because it's not done yet. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like how I feel.
You know what I'm saying? Or like even just today, I was looking on the Instagram streets, and I saw Nicki Minaj did a performance in Philly yesterday, and she had her legs all up, like she was doing like some yoga stretches, basically. And you know, folks was kind of in the comments like, "You're like 40 something now. Are you still gonna be?" I mean, and I don't know if you've seen my most recent podcast. I don't mean to slam that sister specifically. I mean, she obviously has her accolades. I'm not trying to really throw her like that.
Right.
But I am putting her little butt to the fire for her imagery that she's chosen to allow to be her thing.
Yeah.
Because now she is 40 something. And and everybody knows she's married and everybody knows she done had a baby and she's 40 something. Not that that should matter, actually.
Right.
But I'm putting her to the fire mainly because of just the whole Barbie thing. Like I never liked that. Like even with Lil' Kim, I thought Lil' Kim was fire. But the imagery, I never really, and then what she was talking about was, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody would go, and then press rewind. Kind of like Doggy Style, Snoop Dogg's first album.
He
I know
really did say that? Yeah.
I definitely was like, and then rewinding it. You know, it's just shock value rap. You know what I mean? But now 25, 30 years later, you know, we see what the effects of a lot of that is. And then even with the 504 boys and Master P and all that back in the 90s, I remember having the thought of this imagery is not going to be good for us. You know what I mean?
Right.
Ultimately, I've had that conversation with Snoop and Master P before. You know,
it's like we don't, you know, being a father of daughters, you know what I'm saying? I got sons too, but having daughters, it kind of it kind of amends your perspective. You know, at one point I get it. They always say sex sells, but you can actually sell anything. So that's not an excuse. So when I look at how the industry romanticizes and promotes and gives all this money, power, prestige to people, you know, all these different women from the Lizzos on down to the Megans, the Stallions, all of them, and they're selling like hoism, which is really what it is. And they're trying to make it's powerful women is, you know, that's not power to me.
it's funny you say that. They do call it women empowerment.
That's what they call it. And I'm like, why is that empowering? Why is that empowering? I mean,
my choice. They choosing whatever they choosing.
Right, and you have to beg the question: what is empowering about that particular act? You know, what is it? I mean, I'm trust me, I'm not your hater nigga, nothing like that. It's just common sense to wonder why you give this label to something like that and call it empowering. I thought empowerment was like academia. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think. I mean, that's probably the most powerless thing you can do is be naked. You know what I'm saying? The most vulnerable thing in the world you can be is naked. To me,
In contrast, you know, the way we've been taught is that the hijab or the niqab is oppressive. You know what I'm saying? Because that's
correct.
they've trained us to think. Whereas most of the sister and I know, I've gone through many different styles of study. I don't know if you know much about any of me like that, but I've taken the time to study with the Moorish brothers. I used to build with the Moorish brothers. I also built with the Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters. I built with the Nation of Islam brothers and sisters. Shout out Mosque Crenshaw. Okay. And I always thought they looked so sophisticated. Like, when the sisters would wear the scarf, I thought that was super
look at the
beautiful.
Right? Look at FOI brothers. Look how the NOI dress. It's
same.
Look at the Moorish brothers. Look how they do. It's like
very very beautiful.
Right. And it doesn't look. It's almost the opposite when you see a woman doing or acting in such a way, because you're not just going to the mailbox dressed like that. You're gyrating. You're doing, you know what I'm saying? You're doing all the crazy stuff because that sexuality is selling records. At the same time as selling records, it can be literally destructive, because at the end of the day, like you brought up the Nicki Minaj thing. Before there was a Nicki Minaj, there was a Tina Turner. You feel me? And she did her thing, right? But that level of talent almost warranted that type of sexuality. And plus, during that time, that's when the liberation of the body, we're talking about the 60s and the 70s, that was really it. Now this is just because we just want to be on some stripper shit, is basically, to me, that's what it's, because it, with that, a lot of times I always say it's a circus before the act. You know what I'm saying? I don't appreciate how a lot of the rappers and all the not the engineers, what am I saying, like the label heads, I don't really appreciate how they give you this script that you have to have some type of issue, some beef. We got to get you the stack of money, the prop money, the prop gold, the fronts, the this, the that. Put all that before your music, and then we put the music out. And the music is garbage. Back when it was talent based, it was talent first, and then all that stuff followed. Now, all of a sudden, you're a millionaire immediately, right? You got all these cars, these houses, and all that kind of stuff. And you can tell by how quickly you don't hear from these artists again that they really weren't good in the first place. I mean, they literally give you 15 minutes. They literally give you 15 minutes, 2-3 videos, and most of the stuff is capped. I don't care. I don't believe that 15 million people liked your video in a week. I don't believe that. You know what I'm saying?
What's that girl? What is that? You thought I was feeling you? Munch.
Your girl, yeah. And I kind of look at rappers like that as like comic relief. I don't. It's certain times, you don't take certain people seriously. I don't give them, uh, that level of respect like I would somebody who really grinded, or really saying something dope and really killing it. But she'll be like cool for however long, and then you'll see what's up. You know what I'm saying?
Her moment is over now, because I've seen her in 2 different performances live. I tried to give the child a chance because she had an interesting look. And she went up there and she didn't even know the lyrics to her own song. And then she stopped in the middle of the voice, it's playing her voiceover, the actual song. And she just dropped the mic and just started shaking her butt in the middle of it. You thought I was feeling you? Bit it and munch. And then she stopped trying to rap it. She was just like, I can't even keep up. Put the mic and then just started shaking her butt. And I was like, and then the crowd roared.
Sounds about right.
They loved it.
It's about the cheeks. It's about the cheeks. It ain't it's like, yeah. Shake
I ain't coming off like some hater or some old lady hater chick.
No. Because you got to remember, the reason why I get so amped about that is because these people are in my child's generation, in my children's. It's not like ain't nobody no empty nester. My youngest girl is 7. You feel me? My youngest child is 7, right? So you know what I'm saying. think about it. These are going to be their peers, their musical peers. They're going to be looking up to these, and it all the artists that are true. I saw one of DJ Quick's interviews. I've seen a bunch of different interviews from people from our era, and just the level of intelligence. The level of intelligence is just crazy, and some people from the 2000s too, because the 90s went up into the 2000s until maybe 2010, and then that's when it pretty much went to hell, or 2005 it kind of like went to hell. But in the 90s, that idea of supreme and high intelligence was still going on in that era. That the golden era just wasn't 94, 95, 96. It kind of it dispersed over. It went over into the early 2000s. That same golden era mentality. We were still making music. The jiggy era came in, and the gangsta era kind of came in and kind of mixed it up.
Yeah, they battled for it though. Yeah.
Yeah, but we were still saying the right things, because listen, you don't have to. I look at KRS-One, and he never changed his message. He's still the philosopher. He never changed. I can even look at Busta Rhymes, and he never changed on no BS. You know what I'm saying? He's still one of the greatest hip hop entertainers you ever want to see. You ever see his show? It was crazy, and he's deep, and he's dope as hell. Those are unusual artists for people and new artists in the 2000 like tens and above. That's kind of unusual. You don't have anybody that prolific and that damn dope.
You know what? But I'm gonna have to go on and tap in and get messy a little bit. So what I learned is like that the DOCs and the J Electronicas was writing for these brothers allegedly. Writing. Shout out J Electronicas. Shout out brother I just said DOC.
Yeah.
And all the other ghostwriters out there that don't get that love. A lot of these, that's okay. Thank you for bringing it full circle. The whole reason I'm doing a historical West Coast honor legend series is because I'm fully aware that aside from the Good Life brothers and sisters, and aside from the Project Blow, there's these other groups of brothers that was factioning out and doing that thizzle. Some of them might have connected at the Good Life, but they're not good lifers per se. Mm-hmm. The Heavyweights crew is pretty much the Good Life stamp. And MYKILL and Jurassic 5, shout out to the brothers,
Yeah, man.
Zakir, everybody.
Legendary.
Sorry, DJ T-1. Much love. I used to visit those folks. I used to visit 2000 Crows. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all of them. I can't even say all their names. Zagu, everybody. They're gonna next Saturday night. I'm interviewing all of them. Well, at least 10 of them. The Crows.
That'll be interesting.
That'll be exciting. But I was homeless quite a bit in the 90s. Yeah, I was bouncing around a lot. As a young woman, even though I was graduating from college, all that stuff, I was homeless sometimes. And Zagu, man, that was a brother. Like when I'd be like, "Can I crash?" You know what I'm saying? He lived off. Was it Windsor Hills? Why do I want to say the J's, but not really the J's? It was like a house over in that area, like Windsor Hills, Bowling Hills. No hesitation. It was a bunch of cats, little kittens. I don't know if anybody remembers any of that. But he never hesitated to allow me to crash, man.
Oh yeah, Zagu always been solid. Yeah.
Who is this calling me?
I didn't ask him.
Oh my God, babe, I'm gonna have to call you back. I didn't ask. Much love. Mwah. I couldn't find my phone for a long minute, so my son. It's been a long. Yeah.
Yeah, got you.
And that was my husband again. So,
shout out to Volume 10.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And you know what? The thing is about even that, brother. Okay, but let me get back to that. But I just realized, when I did my first EP, Subject Matter, in like 98, 99, I worked with some brothers that I met in Louisiana when I was with Coolio, King T, Paul Stewart, RAS KASS. We all rode, and myself, we all rode down to, it wasn't a Jack the Rapper. It was like another kind of thing, but it wasn't Jack the Rapper.
Jack the Rapper, yeah.
But it wasn't. It was something else I can't think of right now. But everybody and their mama was there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I used to love those conventions, yo.
Me too. But I met two cats. Shout out Dita. Shout out Love Clef Dollars. Rest in peace. They was a part of this group called the Ill Biscuits. Do you remember them? The Ill Biscuits.
I think I got a.
Yeah, signed to Atlantic. They put, like, when I click in Vooodu, the Ill Biscuits and like other, you know, equal, like they were your peers. You know what I mean? It was signed to Atlantic, but we became lifelong friends. You know, I did my first EP with Clef Dollars and Bear One. Shout out Bear One. He's out in Germany right now doing engineering, but Clef passed about 10 years ago. Yeah. But my first EP, but point is, he admittedly said that he would listen to a lot of West Coast MCs. Now, Clef Dollars is a very noted and respected underground producer on the East Coast. He's from Virginia, but he worked with anybody legendary from the early mid 2000s, like Big L. What's the brother? Oh my God, I can't think of all the names, but Busta. He's written. I mean, he's done a lot of beautiful work with a lot of the brothers. But my point is that West Coast influence, because when I've been watching Drink Champs, and I noticed the only West Coast artist they really had on there was Snoop. You know, and I'm like, when are the brothers and sisters who aren't in the documentary ever gonna get their fucking shine? You know what I'm saying? You're one of the dopest. I'm not even. You're one of the incredible. Like, your lyrics, bro. Like, please put your albums in books, like in book form. Okay. For me, because I'm telling you, man, I'm really considering going back to school. I done got 2 master's degrees and 2 goddamn bachelor's degrees.
Look at you.
I want to get like a PhD or something, maybe. I don't know. But in y'all, like, I play y'all in class anyway, you know, clean version. And have us analyze lyrics.
You know, someone told me that they sent me something like an email, and they said that Nature of the Threat was being played in classes.
It is. I read that too.
I said,
yes.
You know what I mean? When you hear something like that, you just feel crazy inside, because you don't know what you're doing to people when you're teaching them, and they use something that you help create. When they use that as a manual for some reason to teach you about something, is a crazy feeling.
I mean, you guys are masters of metaphor and simile and alliteration and personification and onomatopoeia.
Oh yeah. When Nature of the Threat was, I mean, because I didn't have anything to do with the writing of Nature of the Threat, I just did the music. And watching it live, you know, watching them practice and do this, do that, and just hearing the final product is like magical. You know, being there, I think we recorded that song at Kitchen Sink. You remember Kitchen Sink? That studio, I think, is in it's in Hollywood, but off Sunset. It was called Kitchen Sink. That was one of the studios. That's where I met Coolio, actually, and we were recording those songs there. It's crazy, because watching him create that song, you know, I'll never forget it. You know what I'm saying? I'll never forget it. It just knowing how it was done was dope, and laying it was dope. But to figure that somebody heard this song and they're starting to use it, so to teach people, I mean, you know, there's people on this planet that'll never understand that kind of feeling. You know what I'm saying? That people actually are using your song or your whatever, your intellectual property, as a teaching tool. Crazy.
That is bananas. And I also learned that they're doing a whole class on Nicki Minaj up at UC Berkeley. and it's mostly Asians in the class, right? So the theory, though, some people have a thought that they're studying us, you know what I mean, for their own purposes or whatever. Like
Of
they're
course.
studying us, like for whatever reasons.
And it's not for a good reason, I bet. Oh yeah,
That was
I know.
insinuation, like on some psychological
Right,
manipulations. Yeah.
right, right.
What do you
So
think
yeah,
about that?
that's crazy. To not to delve too deep into it, but they've always studied us. They've always tried to be us one way or the other, whether it's intellectually or whether it's physically. Um, they understand the science. They get it. We're the ones that don't understand the science because it's hidden from us, and they study us. So it makes sense that they would be. Who else you go study? You know what I mean? We're the first people here.
But why Nikki though? Like, if I were gonna do a class, it would be like a whole from like and Angie B, or Angie Stone's group, Angie
Yeah,
Stone, all the way
right.
through MC Light, Latifah, Moni
Why?
Love,
Yeah,
the whole gamut.
yeah.
Not
Why her?
just Nikki.
Yeah, maybe because she's popular, and I don't know exactly what part of her they're trying to study.
Word.
Maybe it's something to do with marketability, and I don't know. Whatever they see in there, they're trying to exploit something. It
That's
ain't gonna be good. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, it's not gonna be good. Because, I mean, I ain't trying to get down on her like that, but it seems like now she's coming into I guess, a self awareness that the stuff that she's doing right now is going to catch up with her, and she doesn't want that in her wake. She wants to try to clean up her future act and maybe not be so what. Because if she writes, I don't know if she's a writer or not. I don't know if she writes all her stuff, but if she does write her stuff, she's really good. I can say that.
I was told. I mean, she always says she writes her own lyrics.
Mm.
I don't know technically what that means. I know Brandy one time broke it down. Like, even if you go on a track, they give you co-writer based on who you are. So I don't know how deep that goes. They used to say Savari was helping write her stuff. I've been told Jay-Z wrote some of her stuff.
Yeah, I just recently heard about that.
Did you hear what I heard? Did you hear them turn the voice?
Yeah, that I don't know what to believe. That's crazy.
Either.
That was crazy. I was like,
but it sounded just like him, though.
I know. That was creepy. But they can do, I think, with what a deep fake is, the way they do deep fakes with visuals, I'm sure they can do that with audio. You know what I'm saying? The way they can
have a Jay-Z twang through AI, artificial intelligence.
Of course. Jay-Z accent. Let me just type it in. Yep. Like, I didn't say that.
Yes, but then again, I re-listened to Looking Ass Nigga though the other day after thinking about that, after hearing that Jay-Z potential track. And then I listened to Looking Ass Nigga, and I was thinking, there's no way she wrote that. There's no way she wrote Looking Ass Nigga. Like, that shit was hard, like a dude hard.
Yeah, we always got to consider the source too. If it's on the internet, you know what I'm saying? That don't mean it's gospel. And that's our problem. Because, I mean, as a society, we think everything we see online is the truth.
Yeah, that's true. I've had to tell my children, you can't believe what history you learn on TikTok, son. You got to read a book now and again.
Yeah. The book's right here, son. Yeah, true. True.
Now, I think I wanted to play something for you, but I don't know if you're okay with it. Like, so Kanye has apologized, and he went into this whole little spiel. I don't know if you wanted to see that and make a comment on any of that, or you just want to stay out of that.
No, whatever.
All right. But while I'm getting that, I still want to chat with you. Let me go on and see about it. I'm not mad at the apology. Some people thought it was, bound to happen.
Mm-hmm.
What is he apologizing for, though? Like,
yeah, because he didn't hurt nobody's feelings.
Well, they're talking And like he hurt somebody's feelings, you know.
Yeah, that's what they're acting like. He didn't offend anybody. If you took offense to the truth, that means you're guilty. To me, I mean, if he said something really bad, like just dragged them, man, then say it's just all facts. They want you to apologize because you're not supposed to call them out. That's what it is. They don't want you to. They don't want to start a whole thing where people are calling all these folks out. They don't want that to be. So you have to apologize. And they take your money, they take you this, they take you that. As an example, this is going to happen to you if you speak against us. I don't care if we're wrong and guilty. You're just not supposed to say nothing about it.
I can't even find it right now. I'm trying to. That's funny. I can't find it. Ain't that something?
Mm-hmm. That's okay. Let me plug my phone up really quick because it just came unplugged. So
Sure. Give me a money. You know what? I'm gonna play. If it's all right with you, I want to play. Oh my God, one of your classics.
Thank you. Yeah, play that joint. Play that joint.
I don't know if you know which one I'm talking about, but I'm about to play it.
Okay.
You'll know it when you hear it, though.
I sure will.
Let me bump it. It's one of many.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You going there with it, huh?
Back. Hey, brother. I was looking for it this whole time. I don't know if they took it off the internet. It's pretty weird. It's pretty weird that they would take it off the internet. I'm not quite
What
sure.
song? What song you
No,
looking
not the song. The Kanye apology.
for? Oh, okay.
I can't find it. Not nowhere. So
Oh,
trip on that. Interesting. So okay. So Brother Jay and that sample. Brother Jay is a good. Well, I won't say a good friend. He's a cool cat that I know from around the way.
right.
In LA. He lives in LA. He was married to a sister of mine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, do you talk to any of these people? Brother Jay, who else? Okay, we talked about arrogant, mean green, rest in peace. You know, we meet volume 10, Dino and I, we went to visit Mean Green when he was, he showed us his amazing property out here, He was really gonna get into the industry, the marijuana industry out here.
So I
You
still
know,
got the text messages and the stuff from him telling me to come out. And man, I just built a studio. We do, just the excitement.
yeah, it was a very dope. Oh, hold up, my joint needs to be plugged into. Hold on. All right. Hold on a second. Dang. I wish you would have got involved with the brother out here. You know, that took a lot of vision. A lot of vision for him to consider that huge place he had down there. Did you ever see it? Did you ever
No,
check it out?
no, I never.
Huge. It was a warehouse, basically. It was a huge warehouse. And he had a studio facility. He took me and Volume on a whole tour. And it was really lovely. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It was really, really visionary with that, you know.
Sent me pictures of it, like he was doing it. As he was building it, he sent me pictures of progress pictures and stuff.
Yeah. You know, so many people were like really sad around the time when he passed, you know, in 2020. That's what inspired the Koala Harris thing. I was doing like this little comedy thing with doing a parody of Kamala Harris. And it was because, you know, a lot of friends in our circle, like shout out BJ, BJ T Love fame, you know, Urban Props, and others. They were just really sad around that time. We were losing a bunch of friends during that Corona thing. And you know, comedy is a really helpful way to get through things.
Get
So
healed. Yeah, absolutely.
hey, how did you do during that thing? You know what I mean?
I really, to be honest, I never really got over it. You know what I mean? Because that was like one of my favorite, homies at that. I mean, because we've gone through so much. We built so much together. We made classic records together. We toured together, and that's like a brother. Literally, when they say brother from another mother, that's kind of like what it was. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I just lost my dad this June, and
Wow.
it's like you never really can reconcile that. You feel me? You can never say, "Oh, I'm cool." No, there's a part of me that will never be okay with the deaths of people that were that close to me. You feel what I'm saying?
Sorry to hear
That
that.
was profound. Thank you. So profound in my life and so prolific in helping mold me. It's hard. It's not the these just ain't just some, homies from whatever, as my dad who was never there. It was not, no, no, no. These people were pillars in my life, certain parts of my life where I probably wouldn't even be here or be who I am if they weren't in my life for one reason or the other. You know what I'm saying? So, it was rough, but I tell you what softened the blow a little bit is like you said, we were losing so many people at that time. It's almost like every time you picked up your phone or you got a call, somebody had passed away. So I almost didn't have time to mourn, my brother dying. You feel what I'm saying? Because so many other people were just dying left and right too, and it was bad. Um, the memorial, we did a song and all that for me and Green too, but the memorial and the fraternity feeling that we had when we shot the video for it. Shout out to Rifleman who coordinated this whole thing, and my man Stro One who did one of the dopest murals. Um, Shout out to them. It made me feel. Um, it helped heal me. You know what I mean? Because he meant as much as he meant to me, to other people too, and that felt good. It just wasn't me like, oh no, no, no. Everybody was feeling that loss because Green was like a force in everybody's life, one way or the other. He was almost like a motivational speaker. You know what I'm saying? To all the homies, and when they say, "Oh, he give you the shirt off his back," he literally would. You know what I'm saying? He literally would do that. You know, and to lose somebody like that, you can never replace that. But one thing I'll say is I felt the warmth of all those brothers and sisters out there that night, and everybody, basically nationwide, who tapped in saying, especially folks in Atlanta that tapped in saying that they really are hurt by, Green's loss, losing Green.
August 14th, right? I think it was like August 14th or something like that.
Yeah, I'll look in my text messages.
I believe it was around that time because it wasn't it around his birthday or something like that?
Yeah, it was gonna happen. I think his birthday was probably a month off. I'm not sure. I think it was a month off.
Maybe, I don't know, but I just
But
remember yeah, it was a gang of the homies that was feeling his particular energy when it left the planet.
yeah, that was bad because he was so prolific, so you know, and he was one of the only people, and I don't know anybody today that can write as much as he does and did. He wrote so many songs. He had so I mean, there's music out there that he has that when he was out here, I left him with a CD of about I don't know, maybe 60 tracks. I don't know. And he was like, "Man, I just did 4 albums." I'm like, "Oh man!" So I've never heard any of the material. It's somewhere, but he that's how he would do it. He would just get in there and it would just flow, just flow. So
Wow. Okay, now I got two questions. One, did you ever get to the international aspect of your life? Like, do you have international distribution, or did you ever make it out the country? Have you
I
been to
did,
Europe or Africa?
yeah. That I never been to the continent, but I was in Europe a bunch of times, and that was because after about say after the patchwork thing was done, after the Atlanta patchwork thing, that ended probably in like 98, 99. I got signed to a label out here that was distributed by Sony Germany. So I was in Germany a lot. And that first single, Confessions, is what we did, and that was in Europe. That was just like a Europe release.
Okay, I gotta play that.
And we did we did good. I loved going out there back and forth because I had never been out the country. And, I thought it was a big deal to go to Oakland, right? When I first went. And being able to travel the South and travel back east and all that, it was dope. And then to go overseas was like even crazier. Like, what? And then become a frequent flyer, got a passport, stamps all over the place. I'm like, oh, what, France? You know what I'm saying? So it was dope. And yeah, I've been fortunate enough to travel out of this country, but I have not gone to the continent.
So when you say travel, I mean like, so when you went to Germany, did you go to the did you go to Brussels? Did you go to Paris?
I went to Brussels. We did stop in Paris. When we went to France, Dusseldorf, Brussels, Berlin, Hamburg were all the ones that I remember. Stuttgart was another place. So we had different, like we would go out there. Um, they would have different shows. I did the Mercedes Benz, whatever, not fashion show, but auto show. However, I don't know. I was just doing what I was asked to do. Say, hey, perform here, do it. You know what I mean? In different venues, different shows, in different little hip hop enclaves in different parts of Europe. I mean, in different parts of Germany, I should say. Hamburg was, I think, where the label was uh, based out of. So I was usually in Hamburg, but you know how it is when you're on tour, you're traveling. You got an itinerary. He's like, hey man, we got to take a small flight over here, or we're gonna drive over here. There's a radio station. I mean, it was a full on promo tour. Just like we would do in the States. You go to these radio stations, you meet people, you sign autographs, do all this kind of stuff.
Would you be open to like a major now, or are you independent now? What's your status?
Totally independent. Totally independent.
Are you open to distribution? Are you doing that?
You know, it's almost, I wouldn't say it's unnecessary, but the machine is well oiled when you talk about distribution. It's well oiled. Let's put it that way. They know everything they need to do to get your record all across the globe. Um, when you coming out of wherever you coming out of and you only have your phone and you think that's distribution, not really distribution. I know they got then they got companies that can distribute your stuff. I would have to weigh it. It's like, is it necessary? to give you a percentage of something I can do for free, or something, or is it necessary for me to give you this money that I can be using for something else when I can actually do the same thing you're going to do? Or is it the label, such and such, distributed by Arista or BMG? It's like, ooh, or, whatever. I think it's more the name, you know. I, I mean, it's not, I'm not closed off to it, but that's definitely not in the scope right now,
Especially after this big Kanye thing. I mean, I don't know. Do you think that's going to change anything? Do you think that these contract people will be more honorable, or is it going to be like, is it really per person? Like, we don't know exactly what everybody's contracts look like, or do we?
Well, you know what? Knowledge is power. And on some Kanye, like, hold on, let me read that. Let me let my lawyer check this out. That's empowering. And that's your empowerment right there. You know what I'm saying? You go in there knowing that you're not gonna pull the wool over my eyes. You know what I'm saying? You go in there saying, no, 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 no. You that what? I do all the work, and all you do is sit behind your computer and give orders to people, and you taking my intellectual property, and you make.
Hello, hello, hello. I don't know if you can tell that you're frozen, brother. I can't. You're not moving.
You there? Yeah. For some reason, it just stopped. I don't know.
Okay. You
But I
know,
was.
conspiracy theory and on
Yeah.
that.
You know what I'm saying? It was like, no, 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 don't, no, no, no. Delete. Here it is. If you make $10 million for a label, I think it's ethical, and it's okay to be 50-50. But that's not how the game works. That's not how this music game works, and that's what's the problem. We'll all be happy with 50-50. You know what I'm saying? But some artists don't even, well, they might even average 12%, 24% for a big artist. But, Michael Jackson was like, no, this is 50-50. He can do that. And they just said, okay. They didn't like that, but 50-50. And it's fair. It's not because he's huge, it's just fair. If you're an artist that's not so big, 50-50, you would think you go into a deal with somebody that that should be okay. Why should it be 80-20? Like, what? I do 100% of the work, but you get 80% of my profit. You give me 20%, and then you got to break all that down with all the other people that, come on, man. The splits are crazy. And it's not a game for people who want to come in and make money like that. You got to know what you're doing. And if the Kanye thing sparks people's understanding and make them more educated before signing that deal, hey, it was all for something.
That's an excellent point. But I would also add that, they were very clear on the type of people they signed. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? That's how they could get away with that.
right.
Because, again, I had the 200-page contract from when I was getting a deal with Boys to Men. I actually read every page of mine. I know most people didn't do that, but I
No.
actually took the time to read all 200 pages.
Wow. Wow. And you
And
were like, no.
you know what? You know what's so sad? I was disgusted with it, but I was still willing to sign it just to get in.
Mm,
And we were negotiating. I had the Johnny Cochran people negotiating my contract. It took 6 months to negotiate that thing. And
that's how they. Yeah,
I still was willing at the end of the day, I was willing to, you know what I mean? Because I wanted to get in.
that's exactly how they get you. Yeah, especially your very first contract. That's crazy. See, my thing was a little, I wouldn't say different, but it was because you're a rapper and you're a composer too. So as a producer and a rapper, you know what I'm saying. You almost have a leg up on it, so to speak. They'll still take your splits and all this kind of stuff, but almost balances out because you're making more than the average rapper would, because you're not paying anybody for your music and you're getting paid to do your own music. So
Quick, I have a question about that. Okay, Chloe Bailey. I don't know if you know who that is. The little young lady signed. Okay, Beyonce. She
what do you say, Beyonce?
she signed to Beyonce.
Oh,
Beyonce label.
I called her something else. Yeah, she signed
Parkland,
Beyonce.
Parkview, or I don't know what it's called, but she signed to
Right.
her label. But I think she was trying to kind of complain about the fact that she said that she produces most of her own tracks. And she was saying that they don't give her a separate production contract, that she gets paid for producing and as the artist in one thing. Like she says, I don't get the split. I get the
Wow.
just feeling ripped off some kind of way. And they made her hush her mouth about that real quick. But
Wow.
that was a valid and interesting point. I'd never heard that before.
Mm.
So I didn't know if you had any insight on the production producer splits on those things, or it's probably per artist.
Yes, per artist, it, and you negotiate however you negotiate. You know what I'm saying? It's just that you don't, when you're in house, it's kind of doing the label a favor, and I guess that's probably what Chloe Bailey is doing. I don't know. I'm not familiar with her contract, but if they're rolling it all in there and they don't have like specific splits for her production and her points and all this and her royalties and stuff, I don't know. I don't know if I would have signed that too much, but you know what I'm saying? I
She's
think I would
very
have.
young. They signed those two girls when they were still like teenagers.
Yeah,
They were
that's
young, and their parents would have been part, in
yeah. It's
charge.
time to renegotiate. Okay.
Right. Well, not to be talking about folks I don't even know. Back to you. Yeah. So did you ever go to Elements?
No.
You know about Elements though, that whole yeah, I was like a regular for like 2 solid years whenever it was.
About what year was it, you think?
That was like 97 to 99 kind of
Oh,
thing.
I was gone. I was in
Something like
Atlanta. No, I was in Atlanta. It's a lot of stuff that was going on when I wasn't home. Out here, I was
that.
in Atlanta almost for a solid two years, something like that.
Atlanta.
Yeah, because that's where Patchworks was, the label.
Right. That was don't say it. Hold on. I want to say LA Reid, but it's
Well,
not right.
studio out there. It was L.A. Reid studio. It was Dallas Austin studio. It was Bobby Brown studio. It was Patchwork, and Patchwork was the newest of all those. The original one on Peach Tree.
Yeah, I remember that street.
Yeah, that was dope, man. And that's when because the way, because Patchwork, just the quick history. Patchwork was uh, Bob Whitfield's label, and he was one of the players from the Atlanta Falcons. But him and Raz went to high school together, um, and it was ran by my boy. Shout out to B.J. Kerr. He was running it at the time, and along with my boy Curtis, and who still runs who runs the studio now. And as far as the label is concerned, he set that label up out there in Atlanta. And Raz was the first artist on that label, and then to be signed, then I was, and then Green was. So it was kind of like a miniature death row. What I mean, it was the studio, and it was the record label in one building, and we came in contact with practically everybody dope from the '90s. It's too many to name, but they were recording in Patchwork, and that's when I first ran into people like Usher, Lil Jon, Goody Mob. Man, my God, everybody from that Atlanta, um, Outcast from that Atlanta enclave that was just so big at that time. They were all recording in there. You know what I mean? And it'd be funny. We would play pool. It would be Ti. It was like a family. I didn't even know it. I'm from LA, so I don't really know. I think I remember Outkast on the radio in LA. You know what I'm saying? I might like that, but that's really them. You know what I'm saying? It was dope. And I was saying that to say that during that time, I was so focused on this record, on my record, um, finishing up Raz's record, doing Green's record, um, and some Michael Myers. There was so many people I was doing music for at that time that I was there so much that I would get calls back from home from things like how you talking about Elements was this and that. I hadn't it's right over my head because I was never there. It had came and went by the time I got back home and stayed. You know what I'm saying? Because it was so much stuff I was doing outside of LA that I had no idea of a lot of things that was going on.
Very interesting. Yeah, I did notice you weren't around.
That's why.
True.
I was
That
out.
is true.
Yep, doing my record and everybody else's. It was the pictures we got, and a lot of them was me and Green and Mike, Rad, everybody. Luckily, we had a lot of people shooting pictures at the time because I'll say that if you don't have photographs, you kind of like forget about it. Luckily, we got photos of so much of that of our lives at that time is really dope.
Do me a favor. So if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind sending some of those, because when I re-edit this, because I'm gonna repost this
Right.
and I want to add pictures and stuff. I'm gonna add stuff to this.
You got the one with Group Home and Pharoah Monch and everybody on there?
I do.
Yeah, you had that one, and then
I'm gonna add that.
I gotta go in my little archives and
I'm gonna add that, and then I found a few online too. Like,
yeah,
but
there's a few.
I want you to, personal, your own thing, because I want you to, maybe even elaborate on a story or two that you wouldn't mind sharing.
Mhm.
There are some true heads out here. They are sitting in there watching.
Yes,
Shout out. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying shout out to everybody that's watching right now. I love it. This is actually the first time I ever did an interview on this type of platform, so it's new to me. So I appreciate you.
Hey, I appreciate you. I mean,
Yeah.
I think you're my second after Coolio. I did Coolio. And I was just doing, oh no, that's not true. My husband.
Oh yeah, that guy.
But I didn't do StreamYard with him. I mean, I just kind of sat with him in the bathroom.
Right.
And just and talk. Yeah.
That's dope, man. That's dope. I mean, me and my wife would talk about having conversations with people that you kind of got to archive it because you never know. You know, you know what I'm saying. Especially now, it's like, man, So you want to be able to something you want to show your children now. They can Google you and see you live, and you might not even be here in the physical, but they can actually go back and hear you talk. You know what I'm saying, and you know do an interview or hear your music or watch your videos and stuff like that. So it's important that we do stuff like this, and it's important to set records straight. It's important to have the people that were on the front lines letting y'all know and letting the younger generation know what really went on. We ain't going nowhere. Everything.
I'm thankful that you mentioned that. I just want to say some serendipitous stuff. Okay. Coolio passed on September 28th. And
Right.
I just happened to call him that day. Right. That was tripping me out already. Like, I didn't know he passed. And I was just like, because I procrastinated for 2 days before he passed. Someone was like, call Coolio. And I, was busy in my own family world. So finally I was like, okay, stop procrastinating and call him. And then I called him. And then I left a message like, hey. And then I get 2 texts literally within 5 to 10 minutes after I called him. And it was like, is it true? Did you hear? And I was like, oh, my heart sank. I haven't really been sleeping much since he passed. Like, I haven't slept more than like 2 or 3 hours. I'm not even joking, man. I'm being sincere. I haven't slept more than 2 or 3 hours since he passed. And really, it's just, I've had other friends pass too, like my boy, Dr. Dontranell Claiborne, rest in peace. He passed. And then my friend, this sister named Sally, my friend Stacy's mother, she she allowed me to live with her. Like like I got kicked out when I was like 16,
Mhm.
and I was living around in LA. I told you I was homeless
Mhm.
a little bit. And she was one of the sisters that was like, "Nah, you not on my watch."
Yeah, come on in.
So in 12th grade, the second half of 12th grade, my friend Stacy, shout out, her mother allowed me to live with her till I graduated from high school, and she just passed, man.
Mm.
So it was like Don Chanel, then Sally, and then Coolio, and I was just it was just a lot on my heart.
Yeah,
I'm still
it
working.
does well, especially if you're empathetic or empath like I am. Death doesn't sit well with me. You know what I'm saying? Depending on who it is, it's like, man, that just don't feel right. And you really don't know how how that connection is until it's severed. You really don't know. You feel me? You really don't know until they're not here. It's like, oh, really? You know what I'm saying? It almost hits you like a truck. Like I said, when my dad passed, and it was a slow burn, so it wasn't a shock like, what? You know what I mean? But it, I don't really want to say it softened it because his presence is still, you know, I still, he's still not here. So I feel his emptiness. I'm empty without him. But it was crazy that I would think if it would happen suddenly, I would have felt better. No, I think the slow one is what made me prepare for his passing. But when he finally passed, it felt like it was sudden to me, if that makes sense. It was like,
It
oh,
does, it does, because even though the inevitable's coming, and we
right.
all have to cross through that too. We all know at some point we're all gonna have that experience. Inshallah. You know what I mean? It's just like I still I plus the stuff the brother was building on.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the last interview and he was about to do some stuff. I'm
I'm
like
cool on
that?
that. I'm cool on that.
Yeah, man. I'm
And
like,
then I noticed I've been saying I'm cool on that. I'm like,
that was gonna be funny as hell, man. That that's crazy. That's
but
crazy.
then you got to go where the money trail goes, right? It,
Right.
it could have just been like we said, just the timing. The creator just it was his time, and or it could be more. It could be you know like a week after they said he hit 1 billion views on YouTube,
They're like, nope.
and then he's talking about I kill pedophiles and what else? He was talking some Andrew Chrome
Yeah.
or whatever. He was
Yeah.
talking some
Yeah.
stuff,
He was going there.
stem
He-
cells or whatever.
yeah, he was going there. He was going there.
Then, then it becomes like the reason I even wanted to interview him, not just because I really honor you guys, I really do. But I just felt
Thank
like the brother's getting older, you know what I mean? And there were some questions I just wanted to ask him, or
you. Right.
just like you said, I wanted to document
Hmm.
him certain things. People don't know how intellectual he was, you know what I mean? He's a very
Oh,
intellectual person.
yeah, he was. And to me, it goes to the adage that street guys, quote unquote, are highly intelligent. You just don't think they are because what precedes them is their hair, their swag, the stuff they say. But when you sit down and talk to them, well, what? You know what I'm saying? It can be something real deep. Because you gotta remember they've lived a life that lots of folks not just dream of, but would never want to live, and they get some knowledge from that. And if they're able to talk to you about it, that's incredible. It's nothing that you just want to shake a stick at. People are really super smart. If I mentioned Quick before, you listen to DJ Quick talk, it's like, what? You don't think in your head, you're like, nah, this he is not dropping this knowledge like smart as, like, you know what I'm saying? You would think he was some type of PhD or something, the way he would the way he comes across and explains himself. You know what I mean?
Too. E40.
Huh?
E40.
E40. Yeah, man. You listen to them brothers talk, it's like, what? And they street dudes. You know what I'm saying? Or at least a part of their life is on some street stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's incredible.
Can I share this story? I want to share this. So when we went to Louisiana, Julio, RAS KASS, Paul Stewart, Billy Boy, me, and whoever music people. That's right around when Easy first died. Easy E had first died. I just want to share these little stories. I remember on the plane, Coolio was looking through this little black book, you know, before phones, right? He was looking through his little black book, and I was like, "Why are you looking through your little black book all panicky?" And he was like, "Me and Easy shared some of the same hoes." And I was like, "So you think? What you think? What?"
He's
so
like,
he was a little worried.
A little nervous there.
But okay, so when we get to Louisiana, right, the people were so poor they couldn't afford a ticket to the show, you know, the shows that, you know, had all these artists. So everybody went to this little club, like all the artists from the East Coast, the South, the West. It was like just a club. And, you know, I'm dancing. Back then I was really into my Chucks and my baggy pants and all that. I wasn't trying to look outwardly sexy, you know, I'm trying to do my little intellectual frequency sexy. And I had like a glass of wine. I don't know. I was just grooving to myself on the dance floor. And guess who comes behind me, child? Old Dirty Bastard, right? ODB. So he starts like dancing like me. I was just doing my little whatever dancing. And he takes me with him to the backstage area because there was a stage there. And I'm sitting there with You God, Method Man, the whole Wu-Tang. All of them, except for, I don't think Bobby Digital was there, you know what I'm saying? But Jizza was there. RZA, I don't think RZA might have been there. I just remember You God because to me, he was such a brat. He was he was a teenage boy at the time still. So everybody was about to get on the mic. And I remember he was like, "Me, I want to get on the mic." He was like begging, you know what I mean? He was like really being an annoying, like little brother to the cats. And I just remembered that because I'm the oldest of 4 of us. So I have a tendency to catch that, you know what I'm saying? That behavior. So anyway, the point is they were brilliant. Like Method Man was like breaking down something in a cipher. He was like, you know what I'm saying? Whatever he was talking about. I was like, oh my God, he's brilliant. He's freaking brilliant. Old Dirty Bastard too. I mean, it was just breaking down or something. I don't remember. And so then like they get on stage and Wu-Tang, right? So then they go out on stage and I'm on stage with Wu-Tang, right? They're like, Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang. And I'm all, Wu-Tang, right? Crazy. Yeah. And then fucking Coolio's like, get your ass off the stage. Like my crew was over on the stage, like, get off the stage. Like, you came with us. You can't be on the stage with the Wu-Tang. That was funny.
What year is this about?
This was 95.
Ooh. Yeah. Get off that stage, girl. That's when it was about to start right there. The East-West crap.
Right. It was just starting then. Okay, so they had a record label of the year competition. I just knew Death Row was gonna win.
Who won?
Bad Boy won. I was surprised because Death Row was putting it down right then. It was Snoop's album, Chronic album.
Yeah.
It was so Biggie came out, but there was nobody else super popping yet. I mean, Lil' Kim was dope, but there wasn't on no Death Row level in 95.
Not in 95.
And then that goes back to my Drink Champs thing. Do you ever watch that show?
I catch some pieces every once in a while. I'm not.
It's like a 3.5 hour show.
Yeah. That's a lot of talking. A lot of drinking, a lot of smoking.
But you know what? I really enjoy those long ass podcasts like we're doing right now. You'd be surprised, bro. People be looking at this shit like 3, 4 in the morning, like 2, 3 in the morning. They do. Well, I'm one of them.
Yeah.
And what people do is clean up Voodoo or smoke, lay in the bed, smoke, watch drink, whatever they do. They watch this stuff
Just be back.
for hours.
Yeah.
So Drink Champs. So okay, yeah, man, they don't really give the West their props. And I also noticed that a lot of East Coast artists, when they're asked about West Coast artists, you know, one cat, I forget his name, he mentioned RAS KASS was one of his favorite West Coast artists.
Nice.
But he had listed like 6 or 7 East Coast artists first, right? And he just people tend to not think of West Coast artists as lyricists per se. You know, but that's because they don't know enough about you,
right?
Or RAS or Volume 10, even, or you know, the underground artists. Me, shit, I give up.
Yeah, like what? Yeah, think about like Freestyle Fellowship.
Oh my God.
Lyrics. What?
Abstract Rude.
Come on, Abstract. All of them.
Did you know Micah 9 and Talib Kweli were roommates back east? Did you know that? Like Mike and I had this whole East Coast experience that people don't even know about. Do you know how many people he probably influenced that don't give him his props? Now, some people might say, why are props important? Well, just like people don't know Charlie Parker spent a gang of time on the West Coast, you know, Bird.
Right.
The most prolific jazz artist in the new jazz era of the 1950s.
Yeah.
Spent a lot of time in the West Coast, right on Central.
Crazy.
That's important for people to know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's important. Yeah, that's true.
I could go on.
Yeah, I was saying props are important because it lets you know it's part of history. It's part of history.
Are you on any of those like documentaries?
I don't think so. No.
Are you on This Is the Life?
No, I don't think so.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, unless somebody got a clip of something else, but
no, you're not, bro. It was a rhetorical question, and the point is, shame on that. And so that's why we got to tell our own stories. You know who else I reached out to? The dream is to get Skilo, okay? Because that little brother right there, that's who I came to the good life with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Skilo the homie, man.
I haven't seen him. Like I used to study with the Nation. Shout out Nation, Compton, Mosque, and also the Crenshaw. And that's where I bumped into him. You know what I'm saying? Like, because he was studying with the Nation as well. Shout out to the MPT, NOI. Amazing. Love studying and building with the sisters and brothers. But he's very reclusive, like you. Like that's why I'm saying I'm thankful. I need Skilo. Like Skilo, he's not really doing interviews, and neither T Love either, man. I mean, I reached out to T Love a bunch of times, and she's just had such terrible experiences in LA with with the crabs in the barrel syndromes. You know, she ain't even trying to do rap with the folks or do anything pertaining to rap, which is terrible.
Yeah, it makes sense. We were supposed to do. How many times did I reschedule this interview? How about that?
It's not just you.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna bust people out. Orko, shout out. same Fish.
Yeah.
Riddler, shout out. Same.
And
I get it though.
You know, when it happened, when you first
calling y'all out.
When it first happened, when you first hollered at me, it was during the time my dad was sick when he was in the hospital. So it was he was like, no, because I couldn't do nothing, you know. But
my mouth is ajar because I would not have pushed you like that.
No, and then when I told you, he was like, oh no, my condolences, you know, because of course you didn't. Yeah, you had already you hit me. You was like, yo, I'm so sorry, hit me when you right. You know what I mean? And I'm just now. That was in, when did you say this is?
I don't even remember.
February, March, April, May. He passed in June, so it was somewhere before that because he was sick during that time, and then June, and here we are, damn near November. So,
I give thanks. Timing is everything. I don't
Yeah,
think I was in the right headspace. I
correct.
had just gotten fired from like my second teaching job this year. That year, I got lied on like two different experiences by
Mm,
middle school people who don't think, that they don't think about livelihoods and reputations and careers and stuff like that because you don't want to write a 5-paragraph essay. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't in the right headspace. Yeah, this generation made me almost want to quit the field of teaching, bro.
mm,
Yeah, because the behaviors, and again, like you had mentioned before about the sexuality confusions, that pops up in the classroom, and I'm considered a what they call highly whatever qualified millennial style teacher because I use technology in the classroom and all that stuff.
yeah.
But I also have manners, and I
Mhm.
think my manners are probably considered old school manners. You know what I'm saying? I don't do the talking back thing, the whole we back and forth that, you
No,
know.
no. Yeah, no, no.
And so when you correct that,
Yeah.
um, you're the bad guy.
She's mean.
Right, but I'm not. They know I'm not mean. I'm actually considered too nice. I've been told that. You're too nice, Mrs. Hawkins. You're too nice. But when I snap off, which ain't really snapping off, it's just like after I see that you can't read nor write, your comprehension levels are low, I work to get you to where you need to get.
Right.
And that's a guarantee.
You can't sugarcoat it. That's true.
And so don't talk while I'm talking. If you can't finish, you can't spell like sit down. So they all want to eat hot chips and run in and out the room. This is what I recommend to parents. I always say, hey, parents, again, 80% of the workforce that's working with your children, you may not care about that, but I've seen how these women talk to our children in the hallways.
Yeah.
I've had to, not tap in or intercede, because that will cause some other drama. But what I have did was, while I'm walking with my students and I see these students and I hear the tone cracking off, I'll look at the students and I'll say, make sure that you're carrying yourself in the most respectful way. I don't remember what I would say. Whatever
Mhm.
it was at the time, I let them, as the old people used to call it,
Mhm.
signify to my little, compadres,
Mhm.
let them know I'm seeing you. I'm seeing you. I
Mhm.
see you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Just let
that's
you.
because it is a fact. And there's been plenty of video, plenty of TikToks, whatever, of how those others talk to our children. It's been it's not just the police. It goes in every other um, industry you can think of where they're in control. They talk to us as if they talk to their dogs better than they talk to us, and they treat their dogs better than they treat us most of the time. That's an actual fact.
Why are children, why are they having the same problem every year? I mean, I know the answer to this, but literally they always complain that reading scores are always a grade or two behind. Not on my watch,
Right.
but it's because they don't give a damn. Okay,
That's
and they're also trying to regress. There's a book called Dumbing Us Down,
mhm.
and it talks about like why, the purpose of them dumbing down children. They're purposely dumbing down the children. They say they don't expect everybody to graduate from high school because they don't have enough jobs for everybody. Now that might be changing because the fast food industry is becoming the main industry. Like I
Hmm.
was tripping that a fast food manager makes about the same as a teacher. The teacher's got to go through tests and college degrees and all this stuff and deal with the stress of teaching when I
You
could
just
just flip burgers. I
right.
could just press buttons.
That's right. That's right.
3 cheeseburgers, 4 large fry, 2 Cokes, beep, 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 and have way less stress.
Yeah,
Way
and
less stress.
yeah, that's true. They never give and I've always said this, they never give teachers enough money, enough power, enough resources. They never do. And I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get why they do that.
Me too. They say it's because they want to attract a certain type of person who's not in it for the money.
Right.
I get that, but we have to have a living wage, man.
But you have to have a living wage, though. That doesn't make any sense. You can say that to any industry, but that don't make any sense. Of course, you want to attract the people that love it, but there's also a love of livelihood that you should consider when you hiring people like that. You should want to pay them an exorbitant amount of money because they're doing so much for the next generation. They're supposed to. Now, we're not talking about these other clown teachers. We're not talking about none of that. But we're talking about what the original reason teaching or having teachers is here for, which is to teach the youth. And if you don't see the power in that, if you don't see the sanctity of that, then I don't know what to say. You're pretty fucked up for that. You know what I mean? You got to pay those people. Literally, it's I'm not no pro firemen, police, and all this kind of stuff, but
Me either.
you're not supposed to pay those people less than what you pay. If you pay somebody in the entertainment business or the sports industry more than you pay the people in your society's foundation that help keep it going and protect it, something wrong with you. I don't think you should have to pay a fireman, $200 million, but they certainly will pay a basketball player that much. You know what I'm saying? Get that fireman some more money. Maybe they won't have the high suicide rate than the police, but you know what I mean? You got to think about this stuff. Money, that's important. It's very important because it's not just about your bank account. It's about like generational wealth. It's so many things that's rolled up into that, and circling back to the teachers, it's the same thing. They got families and kids and houses, and mortgages, and rent too. You know what I'm saying? They deserve more than what you give them because they do so much. The good teachers, they do so much. They're not doing some BS curriculum. You know what I mean? They're not letting, I ain't gonna say all that, but they're not letting certain people in your classroom reading books to your kids. You know what I'm saying? They're not letting that happen. Pay those teachers that have decorum and a moral standing. Pay those teachers what they deserve to get paid. It's as simple as that. But like you said, they pay you a certain way because they're trying to attract a certain type of teacher.
Somebody said, oh, not somebody. There's Sylvia. Somebody says, Alaska just raised minimum wage by 51 cents. That's it. What is the minimum wage in Alaska anyway?
What could it be? How about that? What could that be? What?
I know this is. I'm not sure how much you're willing to share time wise with me at this time, but man, it's just beautiful to have you on here. Did you have any questions? Did you have anything you wanted to share with the people? I know you have new music popping off. We're gonna get these videos cracking too in your world. And also, brother, you need to get up on some TikTok.
Yeah, they telling me need to do all of that stuff. And my daughter, who's 16, she's like, Dad, if you know, she give me that look like, bro, if you don't knock it off and get right. And everybody in my orbit has been telling me that. You know what I mean? No, it's just that, I don't want to make it seem like I'm some weirdo, recluse or anything like that. But I just always stayed in myself and worked on my craft. So, no, it kind of upset my daughter one time. Somebody made a comment. It was like, I remember Vooodu. Where is he? Is he dead? And then she responded. She was like, no, my father is not dead. It was funny. And that kind of like got me, like, yeah, man, we're from when the internet stuff started. You know what I'm saying? So we weren't born in it. We're the generation that basically set it off. You know, I remember flip phones and Sky Tag, whatever they're called, Star Tax, and
I can't remember.
all those different, all that. So we come from the pager era. You know what I'm saying? That's the era we come from. So internet came along. It was in its infancy, and everybody didn't have a computer. Everybody couldn't afford a computer. Everybody, first of all, the smartphones weren't invented yet. So this generation is like, what you mean? No, well, because in 1990 and 1995, in the year 2000, they didn't have this. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have, well, we can afford a laptop and carry a computer in our pocket. We didn't have that. So, I still come from that school where, I like tangibles. I like to go do things. I like to not be on the computer and all that kind of stuff. I know during this time we have this generation, everybody got to get on board with certain things. I'm slowly doing it, but I'm still working on my stuff. You know what I'm saying? And we're all working on it. My crew, BOP, shout out to all of them if they're listening. And it's just one of those things where I stay to myself and I study this game. I'm a student of this game. And that's one of the reasons why you don't see me out a lot. I have a lot of music. So that's one of the reasons why I stay put.
Now, do you have your own established label of sorts?
No, not in the traditional sense.
Are you open to that, or are we gonna talk offline about that
Yeah.
stuff?
No, I'm open to it for sure.
Okay.
Because I need a lane to put that music out. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, we go holler at that. We go holler about that. We have like my brothers in my group were talking about distribution and everything that goes with putting the album out. I mean, we all know what it is we got to do. We know. It's just a matter.
Just a matter. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying it's just a matter of implementing it, putting it in motion, so we know what to do.
Yes, because I know that just like you are a prolific and profound artist.
Thank you.
And like you said, we're still living.
Yeah.
We're still fine. Sylvia says $10.34 is the minimum wage in Alaska. She says having a hard time finding subs and now offering $20 to be a sub at our schools. $25 is if you have a college degree. Yeah, that's about how much I was getting paid last year. Vooodu, $25. I did not know that. Like when I broke that dollar down, like I had to figure out what I was getting an hour. $25 an hour is what I was getting to teach. After all these years of teaching, $25.
When you know it should be double. Get out of here.
$25 about. And when I was doing like some DoorDash just to be breaking, I saw at Panda Express, it was like $25 to be an assistant manager. So that shows you the importance of fast food. They're willing to pay the same amount they pay a teacher that's been in the game for a minute.
No,
it's disrespectful. Sorry not to get back on that, but that just thank you, Sylvia.
That's crazy. But I wonder what the cost of living in Alaska probably ain't
not the same. From what I've been told, I've had a few people who were teachers that taught up in Alaska, and they said it's about the same like as the West Coast. It ain't outrageous like $3,000 a month like some of the homies is paying in LA, but it's not cheap. Everything is going up everywhere. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Let me see. Okay, so let me see. I had some. I'm trying to see some other questions. I think you pretty much hit everything I wanted to ask you. I did put your Cash App in the comment section. I think on YouTube you guys can see that as D Whitaker. It's $D Whitaker.
I appreciate that.
I would have put. I would have. I was trying to say you could put it on your thing. I know that you don't. You're a very humble spirit, and you probably didn't want to come off pretentious by putting your cash
Right.
app at the bottom. Don't nobody send me no money anyway. I just put it up on there, hoping somebody will support the cause. Nobody. People just. I don't know what they think. I don't know if they think I already got money. Don't nobody pay me. I'm not doing it for the money. I'm not doing this for the dough. Like nobody's sponsoring this. You know what I mean? I'm doing
Right.
this because I have a sincere admiration for a lot of the artists that like don't seem to get the shine. And you know, at the tip of the iceberg is the AC Alone Freestyle Fellowship Good Life folk. And that's because of Ava DuVernay. Shout out,
That's
Ava DuVernay,
that's crazy. My boy Rifle, man, he told me, I was like, she was. He was like, yeah, that was what was the name of Body of Work? What was the name of her group?
Wait, hold on.
Something Body, right?
Wait. Oh my God. Don't get it twisted. You come just for a visit. Not to stay, but you thinking about going away. Hold on. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. And then I can't at this moment think of it.
It
But I
was
was bumping it the other day.
Body of Work or something Body. Can't remember, but anyway,
It'll
yeah,
come to me. Wait, why not just Google it? Jesus.
yeah.
Okay. Ava DuVernay rap group.
What if it's like wiped?
Speech.
Figures of speech. See, figure, body,
Yeah, I knew. Yeah, they were super dope. I like totally looked up to them, man. I was looking up to Ava and Rhonda so bad. They were so freaking beautiful and dope.
Good luck.
It was BJ and T Love. Historically, BJ and T Love as urban prop were the first West Coast female rappers. That can't be true because there was JJ Fad,
Mm-hmm.
but they were listed as the first to have a contract.
Hmm.
A rap duo to have a contract, but that obviously can't be true because there was JJ Fad. So I
Oh,
don't know who told me that.
maybe because it was three, then JJ Faz
Okay, so they were first female rap duo. Okay.
first three.
And then in Figures of Speech were outstanding. And then Medusa and Coco as Sin, they were incredible.
Yeah.
And then
Where are those types of groups today? How about that?
so I don't know about rap duos, but I know on the West Coast we have Sa. She's one of my favorites. I want to do a song with her or two.
He's dope.
She's amazing. And then
Rhapsody.
Rhapsody, she's an East Coast sister, but
Yep.
she be repping Islam real like I love it. And then Nilam, the sister named Nilam, shout out. She represents for the nation. Tough.
And she has I've seen her. She rhyme. Obviously, she got a hijab on, but everything. But I've seen her. She is dope.
Lyrically, she's killing the game.
Yeah.
She's starting to get some big numbers though. Now she's starting to get numbers because younger like artists, like actresses, like that one sister from Black-ish, she really been backing her, putting her on, in arenas like rappers don't usually get. Like there was a thing on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
They had like a special with up and coming rappers, and the sister was on there, and that was thanks for. Oh my God, I can't think of the little sister name. It's a little sister, from Black-ish, the daughter, not the youngest daughter, but the second, whatever. She's on Black-ish. I don't remember her name, but she's been sponsoring that sister, so she's been helping to get her out to that younger generation because I think she's like in her mid late 20s, and that's so important, man. To push her. And I'm not sure of the other artists that are coming on that level. Like you said, there's Rhapsody, there's Sa, there's Nilam, there's me. Hey, throw me out here. Yep. There's some other, there's J. Roz, there's some West Coast sisters out here. I just got hip to, I can't think of the names off the top of my head at this moment. But my boy Boomix hit me. They're more Latino. They're Mexican American sisters though. They're not like directly, directly Black. Shout out to the Mexican family. But they family too. I've been having to teach that history up in class too. So we could get over these beefs, like knock it off. You know what I mean? Y'all, us, we, you. You know what I mean? Yeah, like a lot of my Mexican students don't know Mexican history.
And they don't know how close they are to us.
Period. You know what I mean? So I've had to bang.
They don't teach that. Their parents don't teach that. The grandparents
Period. Yeah, they don't teach
diss
history.
that.
Period.
Nah, they diss that. They're like, nah, don't talk about that black abuela. Don't you do that.
I even said that in class. I was like, my first boyfriend was Jose Villacorta from El Salvador.
Mm.
His fine self. And his mama had hair just like mine. 4C, baby. 4C. She didn't like me because I was negrita, though. Help me understand. Your grandmother was black. Like your grandmother in El Salvador is black. Like, what's the problem? But or why is the diss in LA? I remember the diss in school would be to call someone a mayata. And so I had this conversation in class the other day because the thing my 10-year-old and my 13-year-old boys are coming home telling me is that a lot of the Mexican boys in class like using the word nigger now in class. They call them nigger with the hard R. Okay. And then they'll say, we have a pass. What do you call it, Bill? A what pass? A what N-word pass?
A nigga pass.
N-word pass. And then when I was teaching middle school last year, that became the topic of conversation that a lot of my middle school boys wanted to have because a lot of kids in Las Vegas are mixed. They're mixed with black and Mexican, or there's mixed. Like over half of Vegas is mixed. So some kids are conflicted because they're hearing it in the music. They're hearing the N-word in music. N-word. They're using nigga. They say a nigga. But they're telling us we can't say the word nigga in class. Like I got written up for playing a song with the word nigga. And then when it played, I didn't know it was going to say that. You know, I'd be trying to get clean versions because I'd be bumping hip hop. I'm not playing. But I was told nigga is a bad word in school. And I was like, why is it a bad word? You know, it's not a bad word. It's not a cuss word. Slur is nigger. Nigga is not a slur to me. You know, there's a difference. You know what I mean?
And the way it's said,
my son said it's a racial slur.
Right. See, the way it's said is, and really it's not up to debate for anybody except for us. It's like for us, by us. That's our word. And we use it. We already know we use it as a term of endearment in the first place. But trust me, non-black people who say that, it's almost an empowering thing to say because black people know how strong that word is when we say it to one another. There's different versions of nigga when you're talking to what. Oh, it's my nigga. You know, it's very happy.
What, nigga?
Funny.
That's my nigga.
Nigga, you know what I mean? Then it sends chills up your spine when you hear the word from another black dude saying nigga to somebody else. You know that's fighting words, nigga. They don't understand that history. So you just don't say it because that's not your word. And it's like they adopt. I'm talking about non-black, not just Mexican people in specifically, but non-black people. They adopt our culture out here in America. They adopt our culture for their own good. You know, we're the first lowriders, the oldies, the lowrider. That's all soul music, man. Don't just stop. Don't pretend that we forgot that the Temptations is our group. Don't forget the Whispers. I mean, we can go on and down the thousands of groups that y'all love.
I'm your puppet. They love I'm a puppet.
What color are they? Knock it off. That's all soul music. You know what I'm saying?
Say you pump I'm your puppet.
Yeah, you can't be, you know what I'm saying? And they don't honor that. They feel that if they are saying something like how we would talk, that's like okay, or we give you a pass. No, because y'all in all these different cultures wouldn't allow my black ass to go into your culture and start adopting your cultural words and
like Mayata.
Yeah, you wouldn't allow that. I mean, that's like me, just to be cliche. If I'm to say something like something that Latinos call each other in their own culture, that I really don't know the meaning of it, but I hear it and I like it. That's like me adopting their word. That's not. It's just not cool and it's unacceptable. And I hear a lot of younger dudes do that because back in the day, the OGs would get on the little BGs that would be saying nigga amongst themselves. Like, hey, dog, you can't. I've been to jail a few times, and I've seen that shit happen. Like a OG of so up one of them little youngins, be like, hey, dog, because you giving them props basically by using their word, especially in jail. You can't do that. You know, and white boys too, you get your ass killed saying that shit to certain people in certain settings. You gotta be real careful with that because first of all, it's not your word. You don't know the meaning. Rather, whatever you want to say about the word, it's not yours, and you can't act like it is, and then pretend like it's okay because you like our music, which you adopt, and you say all the damn words in it. That's where it started. We all know where it started. All the hip hop, we all say nigga, and they like the music, so they go say the lyrics. So there you go.
So I've had another rap artist friend of mine mention this, and I actually have had to have this conversation in class. So if it's in a song, we can't really put that cap back on that. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
even in other countries that people don't even speak English, they be like, "Da, da, da, my nigga, da, da, da," right? You
Seen
seen
that.
that? Have you seen that documentary where the
Yeah.
brother got off the plane in Ghana and the dude was like, "What's up, my nigga?" It's just the hip, cool ass thing to say.
Yeah. I mean, because we are the purveyors of culture for the world. You see how heavy that is. Like black culture, especially black culture in America, FBA culture in America, we set the trend for basically everybody. They all wait for us. When you look at TV now, and I've been watching this for a long time, they say our old words. I mean, when I'm looking at people now, big companies, AT&T, all these big old companies, they start using our slang. Oh, it's lit, and we like, man, we don't even say that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. It's like they're always slow with it, and that's what happens. They're waiting for us to say what's cool or not. And there's no other culture that does that they wait on to see what's going to be the next thing. They always waited on us. They always. I mean, I don't care if it's inventions. I don't care if it's music, entertainment, sports, whatever you want to say. They always wait for us to do it.
So then that goes back in with what Kanye was talking about. How they purposely putting death music out there, and then
Been
the kids are listening to that. They know the power we have with these
saying
sound vibrations. You know what I'm saying?
that.
So we have a very big responsibility, and that's why I
Yeah.
don't feel bad about banging on this prostitution rap, because I feel like you representing all black women out here. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even
Oh,
you ain't even FBA, boo. You from the
yeah.
islands.
And that makes it even worse because you don't understand the impact of that. And you don't really care because you're disconnected because you weren't born and raised here. So it's a disconnection. Because here's what I always say. How many, if you want to take the Jewish thing, you take that. How many Jewish rappers are allowed to come out and disrespect their own and make it world famous music?
I ain't seen none do that. Because even when the Beastie Boys came out, you know what I'm saying? They was like some fun party. They were,
That
considered
was
like,
white boys being funny.
yes, you got it, like frat boy style.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's
Brass
all it
monkey, you know what I'm
right.
saying?
Right.
And then what's the other cat? I'm actually in their video. Pop Pop Goes the Weasel. I'm in that video. What were they?
Third base.
Third base.
Yeah.
Again, they were dope.
Right. Search and yeah, I just saw the news was Search by selling Nas's catalog of Illmatic or whatever. That was another that was some bullshit to me. I was like, I know he was executive producer, but I didn't know he actually bought the rights to his record, man. And he was like, man, that shit put my kids through college. I'm like, wow.
That goes in with the or you see.
Everything that Ye was saying was the truth. That's why I wasn't tripping on it. Like I've heard it all before, but for him saying it now, he's enlightening a new generation. Like this is real shit. This is not something it's not nothing you play with. You know what I'm saying? It's not nothing you play with, and it's been going on like this for the longest. It ain't new. It's
Michael Jackson was trying to speak out on this, man,
yeah, Prince.
20 years ago.
Yeah, they
And he
they all
couldn't get nobody to ride with him. He couldn't get nobody on his team, man.
yeah. Everybody was scared. for whatever reason, or they didn't have to say nothing because they already got their money. You know what
I
I
think
mean?
the labels just sent out a whole big ass email, just like, hey, if you signed a Sony, Universal, Warner Brothers, whatever, excuse me, you're not supposed. Hey, that's like telling corporate secrets. Like, you,
Yeah,
at the end of the day, you work for a corporation.
right.
You're just the corporate mascot. You know what I'm saying? Me and Neb Love, shout out Neb Love, 5 footers. We wrote a song together. It never came out. We never even recorded, but 20 years ago. And the hook was like, do we get paid for this? Not like we supposed to. And I talked about sharecropper fucking contracts back then. I was like, this is some sharecropper shit. It was 70-30. That's
Yeah.
what we was looking at in these crazy contracts.
Yep.
70-30, bro.
Crazy.
And that was a good contract.
Yeah, and your 30%, you got to break that up too. So that's
Yeah, to your manager, the lawyer, and the taxes. That's how it was broke down to me.
fucked up.
Manager, lawyer, taxes.
Yep.
So out of that $20,000 advance that I was gonna get, I was getting really like 12,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'd have to make that last till whatever. You know what I mean? It wasn't right.
Right. The worst.
And then yeah, again, they'll say, "Well, you didn't have to sign it. You didn't have to." Why can't they just be fair and just? How about that?
No such thing. Greed is a motherfucker. And what's funny about it, they have so many artists. It's not like two or three. I would understand. But you have thousands of artists. It's not just us. You have different genres signed to that label. Different artists from all different genres signed to that label. Plus you got catalogs and you have all the royalties and you have all of those different points. You're already a multi-billion dollar record label in industry, and you want to keep it that way. You don't want to give none. You don't want to give a little at all. Even though you got so much money literally in the bank, you're too afraid to lose that little bit of control. And that's what your boy is talking about. That's what's crazy. It's like you're so afraid that I can be successful that I'm going to make sure you're not going to be rich. You're not going to be able to prosper off your own intellectual property.
You know, forgive me. It's like a delay of sorts when I mute.
Yeah,
And
look.
stuff, so I'm not trying to be rude. Forgive
No,
me.
no, you good. I was done.
I was told that the contractual balance changed, of course, when they started streaming. But it was when that song "Happy" came out. Because I'm happy. Did you hear this? Like, yeah, like he hit 1 billion spins with that song. And if they would have had to pay him like they were supposed to pay him, he'd have died. The whole industry would have. They couldn't even afford to pay the brother what they would have. So I heard that's where they got that 1/3 of a penny crap from. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with the breakdowns with these Spotify's and all these companies.
You know, I've heard a little bit about it, and I understand minimal because I haven't delved into it, but it sounds crazy to me how many streams you have to have in order to have the equivalent of an album sell or something like that. I think that shit is crazy.
Can I tell you? I don't know how much you know, but so I want to just say, like, Taylor Swift was taking the lead with the major lawsuits against major companies with that. I don't know if you knew that. And they, at that time, they were trying to make her look bad in the press. Like, when, anytime you go against the system, they're gonna throw all your bad stuff out there. So I noticed, like, right when they were like, Taylor Swift's a whore. She's all over the place with all these different men. It was basically what they was trying. But come to find out, she was in this major lawsuit with her company, the label she signed to, and she was trying to stand up for more points, more rights. And that's where I first learned about the 1/3, 1/4 of a penny bullshit. But now, and then, I married me, Volume 10 and I got married, and then I see his checks. Okay. He did 1 million spins of Pistol Grip on Spotify. And people probably, think, oh, you should be balling. Shit.
Here's a $20 check.
Bro. Click
Crazy.
1 for yes, 2 for no. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro.
Don't mean nothing, huh?
Literally, no. Like it ain't enough to like live off. No. It's not enough to live off. It's literally like it's not even it's maybe a car note. Yeah. That's what India Irie was trying to bring up a few months back, but the issue she was bringing up how Spotify's paying the artist a third of a fucking like for anybody who does math, okay, who remembers decimals in school, 0.01 is a penny. 0.01, that's tenths, hundredths. Nigga, it'd be like 0.0064. That's the standard. That's tenths, hundreds, thousands. That's 64 thousandths. That's a third of a penny. A spin, bro. I will tell you that Jay-Z's company pays the most at 0.0074 or 76, something like that.
Damn.
So when they announced that Coolio had reached 1 billion spins on YouTube, did you hear his joke? Which wasn't a joke.
What did he say?
Said, thanks for that extra $20,000. $20,000.
1 billion will only get you 20 racks?
20 racks, bro. Unless he was joking. Which I don't think he was, because when I see what my husband got with 1 million spins, bro, they don't break it off to you all at once anyways. It's per, accumulation per quarter, per month. It breaks down. But bro, no, it's not a living wage. No. So imagine how the dreads of Black Sheep or the, Jeru Damaja, Black Moon, how they living? How they eating?
Yeah.
Was it Havoc? Prodigy, rest in peace. Havoc, though. You know what I'm saying? How you eating?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Because they now know that they can still make a lot of money and not even sell like tangible records and CDs. You know what I'm saying? So they really win it now.
And then I heard this interview. I know it was a soundbite. No, actually, no. I watched the whole Breakfast Club interview with Lear Cohen. I always thought his name was Liar.
Yeah.
Liar.
Yep.
Anyway, he was saying that he really doesn't want CDs to come back. And I was like, damn, that's the main thing we need to bring back.
Yeah.
And he was saying, are you kidding me? CDs are expensive to produce. They get the truck drivers and the this and the that.
Oh, shut up.
I'm like, that's exactly what we need to bring back. And there was a debate I was having, which was stupid, online with somebody, and I was talking about how CDs need to come back. And the person was like, that's it's too much for the land, like it makes trash for the earth.
Right.
And I was like, I don't know about you, but I still have CDs from the early 2000s. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like I kept my CDs. I didn't like throw my CD unless it broke or something, they break. But other than that, no, I wasn't just throwing away CDs. We weren't just
ain't throwing CDs away like that.
Yeah, that's not true. They just wanted to. I was wondering how they were going to try to control the artist through the internet. I was like, I know they're going to find a way, and they found a way.
Well, you remember when Napster came out?
Yes.
And LimeWire and all of that, how they were losing a lot of money. So they figured out how to correct that. And now at the same time, they're screwing the artists too. That when you got Napster, the only thing about Napster is people would be taking their music for free, and the artist wouldn't get nothing. But the record label would be the one that was really hurt, because you were getting, I don't know how much music when Napster came out. I don't know how much music I must have got, during that time. You know what I'm saying? They figured out a way to get their money back. At the same time, they're not even forwarding it to the artist.
Literally, bro.
Yeah, that's, and so that's what he's talking about. We he would say, I'm just not a quote, but he knows, we all know we put our heart and soul in this thing called music, right? And if you're supposed to be that vehicle to get it to the masses, it's the worst feeling in the world that we give this to you, we trust you with it, and you screw us in the end by not even caring how much. You don't even care that we don't get paid a lot. You don't. I mean, you know how many artists that are probably that are platinum and whatever, all this kind of stuff, that are dead. You know, that never made enough money when they were alive, but now that they're dead, their estate is worth God knows how much. You know how many artists died broke, but the record label that has their stuff on it, their music, is still in business.
Bro.
Come on, catalogs, get out of here.
You know the story of George Clinton, right? George Clinton, you know, he had broke the mold when he had signed 15 different acts. He was in like 15 different groups and he signed like 15 records. Like they were like, never again. We'll never let that happen again. And he ended up signing his personal publishing, and like he was in a bad situation at one point, to his manager. And so, you know, he was trying to buy back his publishing. This manager still owns to this day George Clinton's publishing catalog. And he's the, you know, of the ilk of the people whose names we can't say.
Of course he is.
By coincidence?
Yeah, of course he is. That's crazy. He still owns his publishing
to this day.
He don't want to give it up.
Pleaded with this man on some personal, like, yo, we was cool peoples, man. Please just let me have my legacy for my children. And this dude is like, what are you talking about? I'm 80 years old. I'm not giving you back your, you signed the dotted line. I own it.
What's fair is fair. Yeah.
You signed on the dotted line. I didn't make you do it.
Yeah, I get it. Oh, that's terrible.
It's terrible.
It happens to all of our artists, most of our artists, that's happened to. You know, just die broke. And they got the power to reverse that, but they won't do it.
And that's even though I know Kanye's backpedaling on I'm not mad at it. You know, I can never judge where he's at and what he has to do. You know, you never know what threats you don't never know.
Right.
You know what's going on. They have access to his children. You know what I'm saying?
Never know. Yeah.
You gotta be careful. I mean, I know when Coolio was interviewing. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying that's an evil bunch. So we know the stories.
Yeah. Yeah. When Coolio was speaking, he was like, you know, I'm not afraid of death, but you know, I do have children and grandchildren, you know, so I'm not trying to just put myself out there like that. That's what he had said, you know. But it's like, what do y'all really like? What, you know, that's when we got to really tap into our higher source energy. You know what I'm saying? Whatever belief system you're in, because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Our situation is way more mighty. You know, if we just tap in, you know, and use wisdom. You see, I was doing it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And even on this level, it's a degree right there. Bippity boppity bip bip bop bip. Right? And those things are not just. Listen, you know, just you know, even the little things, little things that people got to remember, like the clacking of the spoons. You know what I mean? Like, you clack like everything is a sound wave, right?
Right.
Or sight waves, sound waves. They are waves, though, right?
All frequency.
Yeah, I'm talking to the youth about like if there's ever an argument, you know, or bad energy, you just clack some spoons. That's what the elders used to tell us. You know, clack some spoons. Here's a spoon, clack it, and it changes the frequency. You can't see it, but yeah. Or a guitar strum.
Yeah.
That's why I like to keep loose instruments around my house.
Mm-hmm.
That drum too, little djembes around. Keep a little djembe. I really want to get a xylophone, because man, that always changes the frequency.
Mm-hmm.
At Shreveport, at the parks, they'd have public xylophones that you could just tap on, just to just to keep the frequency peaceful at the park.
Right.
That's what they should do in LA.
They got a few out here at the parks that the kids get on.
Do they?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't put it together. Like, okay, I get it. Now I get it. That's a good idea.
It keeps peace in the park.
What's that?
It keeps peace.
Yeah. For sure.
In the parks, because you got the kids, they have the children's version and they have like a really long one and it just the waves right into the neighborhood.
That's dope.
You know what I'm saying? Like people got to think on some levels like that, because really and truly, ultimately, I mean, it sounds cliche, Vooodu, but love is the most powerful frequency, right? It's more powerful than any frequency.
Correct.
And I know people can interpret that WLM shirt that Kanye was wearing a week or two ago.
Mm.
I've read different theories on the purpose. I've heard many different things.
Mm.
But somebody said something today that was interesting. They were like, but they do matter. And maybe if they understood that they mattered, they calm their asses down. That's what somebody said. Like, y'all matter too. Because when we do something like the BLM, I mean, I have my own thoughts on why Kanye chose to do that. We can tap into that too. But the BLM thing, apparently some took it divisively, even though it wasn't. It was just, the comprehension levels, everybody's different. They all interpret it differently. But we clearly understood that it meant, no, we're just saying, hey, we matter. But others took it like, hey, they're saying we don't matter by saying that they matter, right? So when when he wore the shirt, there was multiple reasons. People, he didn't tell us why. He did some prints on it. He didn't explain nothing. He just wore it and laughed and shook hands with Candace Owens, right, in the pictures. So some people interpreted that to mean like, oh my God, he's betraying us. Was he?
Right.
Because I've been talking to the youth also about like whatever real movements that happen. I mean, you can debate this, challenge me. You don't have to agree. But based on the history that I've learned, a lot of times the movements that really made real moves was when the white folk got involved too. Like we would do and say whatever, but it was like when the Quakers got involved, that's some movement, like some actual movement toward freedom happened.
Right.
They took Frederick Douglass around and Harriet Tubman around.
Mm.
It exposed them to more people, and more people were like, hey, John Brown. Sorry, I don't know if you heard any of that. I don't know.
The
But
last.
John Brown, he was a freedom fighter during the struggles. Nat Turner was, because some people think like they don't know how the enslavement ended. Like how did that? Not just because Abraham Lincoln signed something. Okay, it was because at that point in time, people were really afraid because we started popping off. Like people was getting, in the middle of the night.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Broken glass in the juice, lemonades and things started popping off more regularly.
Yeah.
Another thing, I would actually, Vooodu, I didn't know how you felt about getting into this conversation, but I'm a nerd, so I always bring up books. But there's this book, Sugar Changed the World. Sugar Changed the World. It's a hell of a book. And it talks about like how, how they talk about cotton was king in the South here. Well, the sugar cane was king, queen, or whatever you want to call it, in the islands in Central America. And so with that, I had nerdily typed up this thing I got from the book. But I'm not going to do all reading all that. But basically, it was saying, Vooodu, that only 4% of those enslavement ships made it to America. Only 4% in that book. It was saying, and that's been a theory. That was what Coolio was talking about. That's what Dan Calloway talks about. That's what the brother who, I forget it, Tariq Nasheed talks about. Even Dr. Umar, a lot of other people, not just, a lot of other people have recognized that, like literally only 4% out of the 100% ships, 96 of those percent went to Central America, Haiti, Dominica, Cuba, and Brazil. You know what I'm saying? Colombia, Honduras, Panama, on and on. But once people, I mean, like some people may say, what's the point of bringing that up? You know what I'm saying? But the point, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. I hear you.
But I don't know if you want to talk about that, but yeah, I don't know.
No,
But
that's true.
the point of bringing that up is because it's becoming a point of contention again. Because right around election time, people start bringing up reparations again. But the tricky thing about reparations is that a lot of these people that claim white actually have black in them. And that's when they might pull the grandmother out the closet too.
Yeah, they're gonna try to do that too. Yeah, they all do. But the bad thing about that argument is they're not disenfranchised because that white skin got them their privilege and they good.
Like, stay over there, stay on that side, homie. Stop playing. Stop playing.
Because you already get the set asides already. I mean, welfare system was made for you, so everything from the welfare system to what else was their whole thing.
The prison industry.
Besides that, they make money off of that, but all the your unions, that was all for them. You know what I'm saying? That was not for us.
I just to that. So I just got hip to that.
Yeah, that's their welfare system, and that's their set asides. That's there's no reparations for them because they weren't aggrieved, but they try to act as if they're disenfranchised, and you're not.
I bet they'll try to. Hey, we were our great greats was indentured servants. We got the contract still.
Yeah,
I would say go for it. Do that shit.
Yeah,
you deserve your money too. Shit, get your money.
Like, y'all straight though. You straight. We're not straight. Y'all straight though. How many people in your family own businesses, masters, PhDs, and homes compared to ours? You know what I'm saying? Y'all straight. And if you scurried away your white skin, that's your fault. Because you already had it. You already had your foot in the door already just because of your complexion. Because there's nobody black stopping you from getting anything. We weren't the ones that were standing in the way and telling you can't get a bank loan or a business loan or student, you couldn't go to school. We weren't the ones doing that.
Or certain neighborhoods and certain colleges.
Right. And if that happened, it wasn't because you was white. It was because something else happened with y'all that didn't work. But if you look at the colleges today, you can see that's it right there. It's not that we don't want to go to school. You know what I'm saying? We don't have the capital to do what they do, what the other people do, to get into those prestigious schools and stuff like that.
And knowledge too.
That's it right there. We don't have that. We don't have that money. That when those kids go to college, a lot of their parents they went to that college and they, you know what I mean? It's the wink, wink, nod, nod. You know what I'm saying? That's what that's about. That's why they're so full of those children. It's so full of those kids because it's not because they're super smart. It's because their parents got paper. We know that. That big old scandal out here. It showed they paying money for their dumbass kid to go to school. It's not like they didn't earn it academically. But we go lie on some paperwork and give somebody some paper, and then they go at UCLA or USC or whatever college. Just because these last people got caught, that's been going on for hundreds of years.
And I know people that was paying people to get their PhD.
There you go. Then you wonder why society is the way it is. You people really aren't smart. You made smart moves, but you're really not smart. You're actually a dumbass that got a title, and that's why a lot of what we have today in the society is screwed up because they really aren't academically sound people. They just made the right monetary moves. You feel me?
Familial connections. That's why I couldn't get with the autism scene. The guy who was leading the autism, Dr. So-and-so, he basically kind of even admitted that he was just some rich kid that happened to go to UCLA and that his parents kind of paid for his degree. But then he eventually fell in love with the major, but that didn't make me impressed. I was not impressed. And his theories were whack. And that's why I was like, I've actually worked with nonverbal, severe, supposedly violent, whatever. And they were, no. But the way they wanted us to teach them, I didn't respect it. So I pulled out of their whole little system, their little program, because the methods I'm using or was using, because I had to pull out, but was more beneficial than the whatever this professor who paid for his PhD.
That's
You know,
crazy, right?
yeah.
And then you wonder why, like I said, you wonder why things are the way they are in this society. You really aren't getting, you're getting a lot of, besides just your good old fashioned racists, you're getting a lot of people who just not qualified to teach anything. And that's what's messed up. And that's generational. That's generational. And then you wonder why it is the way it is. You know, you can't buy your way through society and think it's going to be okay, because at some point it, it it's going to come to light why these people act the way they do, because they're taught by people who are not qualified, to be teaching anything, especially academia. You think about how the police are trained. It's the same thing. You can't expect police to be trained correctly and expect them to be decent in society and treat people well when they're taught by a tyrant or a racist or whatever the hell. And then they're teaching them how to be horrible people. You can't expect your cops to be like good people when they're trained to be assholes.
To be
It's the same.
serial killers. Is that? Oh, I was.
Right, right. It's the same exact thing. You can't do that and expect a decent society or a decent police force or anything that when you start teaching, when your teacher is garbage, you can't expect your students to be good at whatever you're trying to teach. And that's what it boils down to. That's why when you were talking about being a teacher and they gonna let you go because, for one, you probably got a hell of a moral compass and you're not taking no BS. And they didn't like that. They want a robot. They want somebody they can program. And that's the other thing we were talking about. We touched on. That's why you don't want it. Record labels don't like signing older artists. They like signing children, basically. The younger, the better, because they can manipulate them. Yeah, go ahead and sign this. Oh, you be good. Okay. Well, you know what I mean. They like that. It's really, it boils down to me. Boils down to control. Everything has its roots in control, and that's what I'm looking at.
I mean, you hit the hammer on the head, man. I couldn't have said it better. I mean, that's it. That's it.
About control. That's all it is.
So now what? What happens now? Now that Kanye is shaking up some shit, is it like we're gonna go back to whatever next week? We're gonna just forget about it? Is this gonna? Are the City Girls gonna bring out a new album? Like, I mean, what happens? Like, apparently,
What? Why you did text me all day?
it's totally coming to, like, people are tired of. Well, I can't say everybody, but the twerking, the BBLs. Daz Dillinger, I was again in those Instagram streets, and I saw he was like, "Ladies, stop doing the BBLs. It's over. It's not cool." That whole stripper, world that is all up in the hip hop. Maybe enough people got monkeypox. Maybe that made them think about it. Like the Magic City and all that in Atlanta. You've been to Atlanta, duh.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how it was in the late 90s, but when I was there in like 2005, 2006, 4, 5, 6, I lived in Norcross, but I would come to Atlanta quite often. It was like Babylon. I ain't gonna front.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful, fun place. I wouldn't want to grow my children there. And they had just locked up the brother, H-Rap.
Oh, right.
At
Right.
that time, I can't think of his righteous name at this moment, but he was out there cleaning up the streets, and then they scooped him up, locked him up,
Yeah.
and it just became what it was.
Right. it is what it is, and what I'm always thinking is the question that you ask is like, what happens now is that, I mean, at this point, everybody I think is awakened now and hip to all the things that are going on. Hopefully, it means something. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but hopefully, it means something. Because we see the effects of people not knowing what the real stuff is, what the real truth is.
It seemed like 50-50 Voodoo. Like, I mean, I was actually I had to delete after a minute. I deleted stuff because I was like starting to get into like debates with people about Kanye. And I was like, I don't want to do that. I've never been a rider for like Kanye. Like, I'm not a rider for him. And my point was just to say it was about a specific thing he was talking about, as we're talking
Mm.
about. It was the contractual BS. You know what I mean? That pretty much all the artists have the same doggone complaint. So, but they're not, I ain't seen not one except Teddy Riley. Only Teddy Riley. Like, I've only seen Teddy Riley speaking up at all. Again, not against, but just
But agreeing with them.
like even having a dialogue, you know.
Yeah, yeah, he was agreeing. He's like, he ain't. I don't know why y'all tripping. We all know he not lying. But you know
Maybe
how
it's
that.
because it's Kanye, and Kanye has had a habit of,
Yeah.
talking in riddles. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, again, he's on, I'm not gonna say where he's at. I don't know. But I know when he said the slavery is a choice thing, most people hadn't even watched the whole 20-minute interview. They was only going by, a little bitty, literally a soundbite where he said slavery is a choice. But he really did explain what he meant by that. You know what I mean? I knew what he meant by that,
Right.
but on the surface, it would sound, as people took it, offensively. You know what I mean? Without really thinking. And people are still stuck on that.
Yeah. I heard something about it the other night. Like, yeah, yeah,
I knew what he meant, though.
yeah. And even if, and that's one thing I don't do, and that's idolize these people and expect them to help guide my intellect, especially him. I mean, musically, yes, but you've done some things, brother, that I just don't agree with, and I'm not you're not in my head to where I'm thinking that, yeah, I'm gonna do what he says because you know what I'm saying. I'm a fan. No, you got to be right and exact. You just can't be running your mouth and saying stuff and doing crazy things for views and sensationalism and Kardashians and all that. No, I'm good.
Man, you've been hitting the hammer on heads for
I'm
real.
good.
Like,
Yeah, because I'm
so
good.
that's the hesitancy. Like, nobody wants to really ride for him and his ego. And some people are saying, yeah, he just got his $1 billion taken away. That's why, because he actually, little Boosie brought up, you apologizing to them when you're gonna apologize to black folks for that stuff you said about George Floyd.
But
And so he was speaking on that. He did. I was trying to find that, but I can't find it on the internet right now for some
hmm
reason. But I did see it earlier when it first came out. And
hmm
he did apologize for what he said about George Floyd. He was saying that he had been basing it off of the Candace Owens documentary that I haven't seen or found nowhere either.
hmm
I keep hearing about. And well, so yeah, he apologized to black people specifically about that.
yeah.
No, I think that was cool. That was important for those that needed that and others who just don't care either way. It's a distraction. I'm like also like, what else is going on in the world like right
Yeah,
now?
it's not really important like that to where I'm like, oh shit, like I gotta find out what your boy is saying every day. I'm not. Are you
Yeah.
are you dropping a new album, something better than the last one, or what you doing?
That's funny because yeah, I mean there's a bunch of other stuff going on, but again, current events is kind of what I'm into at this moment.
Yeah,
It's a good distraction sometimes, when you're dealing with your day-to-day life, sometimes it's like a little bit of a, oh, let me just go see what's going on YouTube or
hmm
Instagram or whatever. And then I like to tap in to see where people are or what people are thinking about. And I learned the importance of that because again, these children are acting it out in the classroom. So
that's bad.
Yeah, they're acting it out. I've seen a lot of girls. I'm gonna end on this note with that, with the kids, the girls in the classrooms, and it's not just one school because I've taken the time to work at different schools just to see. I worked in Louisiana, I worked in Georgia, I worked in California. Now I'm working in Las Vegas. And what I've seen is like the girls are more aggressive than the boys, like literally like grabbing up boys or wanting to start fights with boys. That's what I've seen mostly in elementary school and middle school. And then the boys tend to be, some boys are still, they're cheeky. They're cheeky,
Yeah.
but they're not. Like I've noticed I've had to have challenges with young ladies on some alpha female kind of stuff. Like I'm the teacher and they're challenged by that lesbian thing is real up in the Black community. Like the Black women on the lesbian stuff, it's really influencing the children real tough.
Yeah.
These double women marriage room houses. I know I'm being controversial. I ain't being controversial. I'm keeping that shit 1,000. But I have homegirls that have tapped into that lesbian thing. You know what I'm saying? And, I don't judge that, but I am seeing how it's affecting the children, whether we want to admit that or not.
Yeah,
Whereas back in the day, lesbians not new, okay? But it wasn't all up in their face.
Right.
Just like smoking weed wasn't all in the kid's face. Now I was dropping my kid off. I'm seeing kids on the block vaping. On the block. Not my neighborhood, but on the other side of Vegas, I saw about 4 or 5 middle school, maybe 9th grade looking kid. They was young teeny bops. They wasn't like 18 on it. It was like 13, 14. And they're doing the hookah. That's what it is. They was doing straight up hookah on the block. Am I saying that right? That sounds old. Hookah. No, hookah. Is that how you say it? It's like my mother, she came to visit us in Louisiana and she saw this sign that said drive through. She said daiquiri. Is that drive through daiquiri? No, mother. That's daiquiri. Oh, okay. So hookah. So they was on the block though.
Doing a hookah on the block?
They have portable hookahs now. I've seen that. They've been advertising that.
Never seen it.
Yeah, and you can use a portable, it's edible, I think. This little, you can take your mouthpiece off and use the same tubing. Yeah, it's some candy. It's a candy hookah portable thing. It's just really attractive to the youth.
Kids, yeah, that's crazy.
And the previous school where the kids lied on me, yeah, they used to do that stick or whatever, the little weed stick in the bathrooms. That's like the norm now. Like middle school kids are really into little weed sticks. You know what I mean? And how is that affecting the developing brain? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's good to know.
And lungs too. Yeah, that's what's popping. Like kids are bringing the little weed sticks and they're passing it around to their friends. I mean, some kids, of course, they don't want to be checked for weed. What do you do? You don't believe me? You don't trust me? But they're making okay. At the school, they also brought edibles. Like my son, he was smart enough because it was during Corona, real tough. I told him, don't share your snacks and don't be sharing snacks. Dirty hands. But this little young lady brought bags of edibles to school and passed them out to the whole 6th grade. And some kids knew it was edibles. Some kids didn't. Some kids ate the whole bag. That wasn't even the worst part. Like an hour and a half in, kids started vomiting in the halls, feeling nauseous, having hallucinations, crying. They are 6th grade, That wasn't even the worst part. This principal didn't call no parents. And you know how some kids was trying to nothing. Let me tell you. Kids was trying to call or text parents to tell them what's popping. She wrote them up or told them put their phones away. These parents didn't find out till 3:30 when they came to pick their kid up.
Oh, see.
And they swept it under the rug, bro. It was on the news out here. Like it was like it was the day after they fired me, right? Coincidentally, people sent me the news thing. And one parent was on there and she was complaining and she was saying, my child has asthma and it affected her. There's a lawsuit cracking.
Of course.
But this principal got away with a bunch of stuff. I don't know why. You know, my son was, I'm telling the business, he was sexually assaulted at the school.
Mm.
That's the week she fired me, by the way.
Mm.
When I was trying to have her, I was emailing her like, what are you going to do about this? You know what I mean? Because she didn't want to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
So next thing, like say my son had happened on a Thursday,
Mm-hmm.
my instinct, which I should have went with, was to call the police and meet them at the boy's house. Yeah, it was a boy.
Mm.
Okay. And my nerves, okay. And when I was seeking advice from a fellow colleague, the colleague told me go through the protocol, like tell the principal. So that's what the fuck I did. I hit up the principal, bitch. She ain't even hit me back. Friday happens. Following Monday, then I emailed again, like, can I have a parent conference? Like, what's popping? In professional language. And then she met with me, and I told her this same young man, he plays with the elementary school children every morning. You might want to, she was like, why are you telling me that? What's the concern? I was like, are you kidding? You know, I wouldn't want my kid playing with these playing with him.
Right.
After he did what he did with my son. You know what I'm saying? Hello? Hello. Oh no. Uh-oh. I don't know if I done talked the man to death. Not death, I cleanse and purify, that matter. I don't know if you're here. It got deep. Okay, I'm about to close it out, I guess. Maybe that's my cue. I don't know. I'm gonna give him about 3 minutes. Meanwhile, I'm gonna play this song and see if
through all the struggles and all the hard times, for once in your life, that's your pain is.
There I am. There you go. I'm back. There you go. Can you hear me?
On some 90-10 shit, yo, let's renegotiate this. Or you be sleeping with the fish right next to the oyster.
Did you ever model? Were you ever offered that?
Not really, but kind of loosely.
You definitely should have. I've been looking at your pictures, bro. I was like, that brother should have modeled. You could
Appreciate
still
it.
model, actually. I mean, you could still,
Appreciate
if you were interested in that. I don't know. Everything's so topsy-turvy now. I'm leery on
It's
even
weird.
diving into
Yeah.
part of me, the ego part of me still wants to a level, get the glory of, the ego with that situation, but the flip of it is like, nah, that dream probably is gone now. Like,
Yeah, it happens though. I mean, to me, all of that stuff it still is something that not really modeling, but stuff like that has everything to do with that is it's all a part of it to me. The fashion, the music, the everything. You don't ever give that up. You know what I mean? At least I don't. You know what I'm saying? So because you never know when you have the opportunity to do something like that. You know what I mean?
that goes back in with leaving that visual legacy for the children, for your
Mm-hmm.
children, for the youth.
Right.
I'm not into the TikTok, but I do see it as a very good tool to present videos in a really reasonable way. Like it's like pulling teeth even to get volume to get into that. Like I've been telling him for months, like, babe, for each song, and this, so he's doing a project called Volume 10 as Dean Hawkins,
Mm-hmm.
right? So he's like a whole nother character, right? Not really, but just another part of himself
Correct.
bringing forth. And we haven't had no budget for no video, but we
Mm.
got the iPhone. I think his friend up north. Shout out weird rap. Shout out Jonah Mosium or Mokium. I don't know how you pronounce it, but he did a project with him. And shout out Jism. Jism actually produced the track that he and I did together
Mm-hmm.
for this album. He did like 7 songs.
Mm. Yeah, I know Jizzle.
Yeah, shout out Jism. He did
Yeah,
seven songs on this project, and I told him you should just do a little like minute and a half thing. You know what I mean, for YouTube or whatever. I mean, like, TikTok, whatever.
TikTok. Yeah.
You don't have to do a full thing, okay? And so I'm really trying to hype. I got to get the right camera thing, and I'm working on a project too, Voodoo, right now. Like, I brought out an album in 2006 called Vows, Victims of White Supremacy, right? And I didn't really push it because the brothers that I was doing the album with, I produced half of it, not knowing how to use equipment. I just would like meditate or pray for whatever. And I would just start plinker, plinker, plink, plink,
Right.
whatever. And the brothers I was working with, shout out My Faith, Mead, shout out God dang, Linux. All right, Linux and Mage. They were beautiful enough to work with me. But we used to get in little stupid debates about stuff. Oh my, I really regret that. Shout out Spo. They were beautiful brothers that actually believed in me.
Are you gonna re-release that record?
That's what I'd like to do. It's on YouTube now, but I know what you mean. Yeah, man. I'm actually, man, look, the EP I brought out in 99, 98, 99, I'm bringing now. Like, because I didn't really bring it, subject matter. Like, I made 500 copies. I sold them. There's some people out there that hopefully probably still do have the tape.
But you have it on YouTube now?
So subject matter, I haven't even brought out nowhere through them systems. But Vows I have, Vows you could type on, you could go into the Spotify's and TikToks and what, but it's under Watts 1965. It's not even under TOMEICKO. It's like 2 different entities, which is kind of annoying because I'm on Spotify, but I don't have no music on Spotify.
Okay.
They just have my picture and I have like 23 followers. Thank you, 23 followers. No music though. But I am on you know who this brother this is the part of I know it's been going on for a minute. Your wife is probably like, what in the hell? At this point, because I know my husband definitely by now would have been popping his head in and out of here if he wasn't visiting with family already. He's visiting with his family in Phoenix. But he called me about 6 times, but come on, this is like
wrap it up.
This is legendary, bro.
Right.
How often am I gonna get Voodoo on here? Like maybe hopefully another time, really. But okay, so I'm milking it. I'm sorry. But shout out to the wife. But I want to have you heard of this brother named Louis Gibber? St. Louis Gibber?
No.
He works with let me just play some stuff for you, brother. That's what I really wanted to do. I wanted to get your view on some of these they're not new, but they are other underground artists that are making a mark. And I'm gonna play this jump, see what you think. That's what I really wanted to do. Just so here it is: St. Louis Gibber and DJ Ja Blues. You ever heard of Ja Blues? Shout out Ja Blues. These are some cats that's just been doing their thing. You know what I mean? What about Gel Rock? Is it pronounced Gel Rock? The Visionary Crew, which is TOMEICKO and like a bunch of brothers, a lot of dudes. There's so many. They said they do an interview with me too. I'm really trying to get everybody. I text with Fat Lip. Yeah. But see, Voodoo, you're so respected. That's why I was like, yay, he's doing it. Because now that like I let Fat Lip know that you was doing this, now he's like, they said, let's do it. You know what I mean? What about Percy P? You know who Percy P is?
That'll be dope.
Okay, yeah, we doing him like 2 weeks from now. You know what I'm saying?
I got
it definitely. I know there was something. I know you didn't tap in with that because you peaceful, humble brother. But I know you had something. You and RAS KASS had some kind of situation cracking. that y'all need to fix, just like fucking Ice Cube and Volume 10. But I really, Ice Cube needs. That's different,
right
a little
there.
different, but
Yeah.
But I let him know I was interviewing you, and he slipped me the email too, like times and dates. That's what's up. Okay.
Good.
So yeah, so once you know how that is. Once
Yeah.
people know one brother's down, and it's like, oh, okay, boom. Because at first they put the one toe in and the one toe, just like months to get the one interview, which is I'm patient and I'm willing.
Yeah.
I hit up Shafiq Hussein too. Shout out Shafiq. All of
Really?
them as those the homies from back in the day, but they big now.
Mhm.
So they be like, you only got how many followers? Not him. I'm not saying him, but just I mean,
Yeah.
it's growing, family. It's growing. I got to
Right.
start
Good.
somewhere.
Congratulations.
I give honor. I'm really. They don't know how I'm going to interview. I'm more free. I'm like what they call. There's a term for it. Like we're just free flowing, basically. There's some definitely key points I wanted to make sure to tap in with you, but mostly it's just stream of consciousness. That's what it's called.
Right.
Stream of consciousness, because there's many things I want to tap in. I'm just like picking your brain as much as you have now. And there's so many things we still haven't tapped into, like nature of the threat, for example, which is right? One of the most amazing hip hop tracks of all time.
Thank you.
Up there, and you just never got your big props to me. God dog it.
That's true. Yeah, and I didn't really know what I wasn't doing. Didn't know what I was doing. Though. I didn't know what I wasn't doing, which was uh, really pushing when that record hit. I didn't really, we're just vibing. It really wasn't a thing. You know what I'm saying?
That's because you was a humble brother, man. That's
I
because you
guess so. I'm just not like a some people
egotist.
are assholes, you know what I'm saying? Right. Right. Some people are like assholes with it, and I just let the music speak for itself, but I never got in front of the music. You know what I'm saying? I stayed behind and let it do its thing.
Which is
Just
the natural course of things. But now that we're older and we're fully aware of how we know machines are who push and
man.
decide who becomes,
Right.
historical figures. And I'm being messy a little bit right now, but I've noticed, brother, you probably don't even know my repertoire or anything. I don't even know what allowed you to even tap in with me back
Well,
then.
just from back in the day, just I knew you rhymed and all of that stuff. I knew all of that. Knew probably know more music than I even know that was yours. At the time. And just being in all the same circles, the unities, Bigger B, the whole thing. So it's like, oh, I know her. You know what I mean? And that's basically what it was.
Bigger B.
Yeah,
Damn.
man. Bigger B is like a serious ancestor. You know what I'm saying? Because he gave us he gave so many groups that platform which they like to say now, but he gave so many groups that platform. It's crazy how many people grace the stage at Unity. That I mean, our best shows were at Unity. You put it that way.
That's probably where I probably really first saw you guys perform. I used
Yeah,
to go to Unity all the time. The Boogie Monsters too. Like I would love to interview the Boogie Monsters,
yeah,
man.
true indeed.
I
Yeah.
went to that show. Do you know only like 8 to 10, maybe 15 people popped up at that particular one? I was there because I was like, oh my God, the Boogie Monsters, because I was vibing Honey Dips in Gotham, like, oh my God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I met them. So I was like, oh my God,
That's dope.
Boogie Monsters.
Man, if we had the stuff we got today back then, we would be legendary like 10 times over. Crazy now, you know what I mean? Because, back then it was camcorders and you'd be lucky to get somebody with a camera and Polaroids and little cameras, like the little disposable joints. That was what people was doing back then. You almost couldn't even take them into clubs. So,
Quick question. Do you remember the Brilliant Nobody?
I know that name, but I don't know his work.
That's a sister. Her name's Rebecca.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
What about Boss? You remember Boss?
Yeah, I remember Boss. Boss with the shades.
The sister.
Yeah, I know for sure. Yeah,
I was just listening to her. I don't really want to feel. That sister was
she
incredible.
was dope. Yeah, she was dope.
Why do you think she didn't blow? I mean, she was backed by the third base dude. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I don't know that.
She was Def Jam, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was something major. Sure was. I got some of her vinyl. Her promo vinyl.
Where the hell is she?
I don't know. Good
Who the
question.
hell is she?
Right. You crazy.
No, for real. She was Boss, but like I remember the buzz was like, she not really from South Central.
Yeah,
She
what
from the
I thought she
Midwest.
was from up north.
Yeah, she
I
was a
thought
Northern Cali girl.
wasn't she? Yeah, I figured that. I
Super
knew she
pretty too, like pretty.
was cool. Yeah.
I remember. I mean, I was just recently was looking at that song, and I was like looking behind the shade, the lokes and the plaid, and I was like, she was a very pretty girl.
With the Pendleton. I don't ever remember seeing her without her shades on. She used to have the Pendleton and the little hairdo.
Bob, I don't
Your
really
little bob.
want to
Yeah.
feel.
She was like rough. So she was boss for sure.
OG name too.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's flipping back to yeah, a lot of people didn't know what I did in my day. I think I had a hurt feeling recently because Abstract Root and I had an inside text, and they always snub me, bro. Like they always try to snub me in the little circles, and it's like, how you gonna
Hmm.
try to, bro? Like whenever I rock the mic, I always rock the mic. Like quit playing. Like I keep
Hmm.
the audience's attention, bro. More than a lot of people from the Good Life and the Blow. Like quit playing every time.
Right.
And I'm
Right.
not trying to be like right on that, but just keep it fucking real. And I've been around since 93.
Hmm.
Okay, those scenes. Like I wasn't known for the poetry more so at first. And then I came to the Good Life in 93 with my roommates that were from Long Beach State. And Skilo, me and Skilo like instantly adopted each other on some. We used to call each other cousins, bro. We weren't even
Mhm.
blood, but he has certain features like my family, and we just adopted each other. And like you say, you never know how much influence or inspiration you really are giving to people. And Skilo was very much an influence on me. You
Mhm.
know, he made the dopest beats. And his practice, like we used to practice together. Like we go to his crib because we wanted to be ready for that next Thursday. You know what I'm saying? So we make a beat. Well, he'd make a beat and rap. And I had the honor of being on stage with him, you know, with what eventually became I Wish,
Mhm.
you know, with my little poetry at the beginning, and then he'd
Mhm.
go into his joint. And Dino accidentally threw them tapes away, man. I'm so mad about that. I swear to God. That's like priceless.
Yeah.
LA Sound Control Mob. I'm on a tape with. Did you come to this thing? LA
Mhm.
Fat Jack's brother like sponsored this thing, and all the rapper. I had that tape
Oh wow.
all these years.
And he got thrown away.
Sweet husband, when we moved here, yeah, just
Got tossed out. Mm.
oh,
Yeah, some of that stuff I try to digitize, as much as I can.
I should have. I was a procrastinator.
Yeah,
Make
I'm the
that be
same.
a lesson for you. Don't procrastinate.
Oh,
Look,
I'm the
people
same
coming
way.
on late. What I
Yeah,
tell you, people be
yeah.
coming on late, bro. What up, y'all? Let me know you here. Type in, type in. I
Oh
see
man,
you.
I need to tap out now.
Oh yeah, I know. We've been on here for literally 4 hours
4
now.
hours.
I
Yep.
don't seem like it to me because I'm
Nah.
on coffee, but I know I made a sweep. Hey, look, we were gonna have a mukbang, and I know you're like, I don't really do the eating thing in front of folk like this, but I made a sweet potato pie,
Oh
and I
wow.
was gonna eat it on, with the coffee, but my son never brought the pie up, so I just got the coffee. But I know it's about time to head out. I get
Yeah.
it. I'm on coffee, like, oh my God, who's next?
Yep.
But
Yep. I get it.
I can't wait to talk to you again if you allow that at some other
Oh yeah.
point.
As soon as I like when we'll tap back in. I mean, even before the record is done and all that kind of stuff. But you got to be a part of what's going on, and plus you know, you got to let me know what you know about the distribution and all that kind of stuff. We'll
Yeah,
just
I definitely
talk
want to
later
deal
about all
with
that.
you on that. Like,
Yeah, for
man,
sure.
tell me we'll talk. When's a good time to
Yeah,
reach out?
indeed.
Text.
Indeed.
But yes, brother, I really must say, and I'm gonna put some applause and special effects and all that on this, and then I'm gonna cut it down and edit in part 1s and 2s and 3s.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna milk the shit out of this.
Volumes, huh?
I am so thankful for this interview. Thank you so much for your time.
I appreciate it. Thank
and
you.
your memories. I know we were all over the place. I was just excited. I did write down notes. Trust me, I really did try to be prepared a bit, honestly.
Right.
But there's so many things that I love your opinion about. You're very profound and prolific and intellectual, and just a good, beautiful, spirited person. And you still have props to come. Okay.
I appreciate it.
Because look, hey, you know, I'm gonna call it the real Renaissance, because all of us are recognizing. I'm gonna conclude on this, I promise. Not rehashing, that's not the word. Revitalizing, recognizing, like I said, 2000 Crows, The Far Side, all these brothers are recording, have new product out.
That's great.
Maybe we took pauses because we, rearing children, having families,
Yeah.
but we're not stopping. And I'm hoping we're gonna talk some more. These A&Rs better be recognizing that we have a whole consumer
It's a
people
whole
too.
base. Yep.
Our age group has money and jobs and shit.
Right. And we not just aiming for us. You know
It's
what I
not just
mean?
teenagers that are purchasing, bro. It's our age group is definitely having jobs at this point and being able to spend.
Right.
So they need to be signing us. Well, if we want to be signed.
Right.
Or distributing on a real level.
How about
But
that?
we'll talk. But shout out Vooodu. Thank
I
you,
appreciate
everybody.
Thank you. Shout out to all the homies, BOP, all of them, all my boys, Cobra Commander who tapped in out of Europe. One of my peoples said he was gonna tap in and listen and everything. But shout out to all of y'all, and I appreciate you for having me. And good luck with this show. But yeah, we gonna tap in because you family. So like you said, you've been around since '93. I've been knowing you since that long. You know what I mean?
I've adopted you guys as my cousins, straight up.
Indeed.
All of y'all.
Yes.
Much love and respect. Thank you so much again. And applause, and much love.
I appreciate
tell your family I said thank you for sharing yourself with us.
I will. Hey, and tell 10 the same thing.
Shout out Volume 10.
Indeed.
Go check out Volume 10 as Dean Hawkins.
Yeah, I got to get that.
We didn't even get into that. Oh my God.
I know. Yeah, it's got to be a part 2. Don't even trip.
I want to know if you'd be willing to just sit on a panel with me when I interview certain people. That would be fun.
That'd be dope. Yeah, that'll be dope. I can ask some questions and all that.
Yeah, it's gonna be every Wednesday and Saturday. So you can pick whenever you want to tap in.
Okay.
I'll give you the lineup offline. We'll text.
I got to try to get out of my shell. I got you.
You're awesome, and you deserve to be in the history books and the academic books. Much love. Peace. Oh, okay. We're gonna do it official. Peace and blessings. Thank you. All right. That concludes, y'all. That's it. We gotta shut it down. Y'all gonna have to re-see it at another point. All right.